again. To some, right?
Yes.
To most of you rascals, good morning for the second time. All right. No messing around today. First shaker. All right. Oh boy, I'm tired. What about you? Tired. Let's see who I got here, huh? Who is that guy there in the blue shirt, huh? How you slipping here, huh? Well, in any case, most of today's workshop is really designed for the practitioners in here, those of you who have been engaged in this basic practice. Nevertheless, my hope is that for the one or two of you here that are not really practicing per se, will still benefit in the sense that you'll have a better understanding of the understanding that any genuine practice must be grounded. So we want to be practical here today and not just merely academic. I want you to keep in mind as we go through this occasion those hindrances that you are struggling with. All of you know that there are just certain hindrances that are inherent in the process of spiritual transformation. After all, spiritual transformation means just that. It is a transformation of your old accustomed way of being, which is what we mean when we talk about your comfort zone or your ego condition, okay? So there's hindrances involved in that, both physical, emotional, psychological, intellectual, etc. All of your hindrances, however, have one thing in common. They are all grounded in your ego. Please make a note of it. And to the extent that you are struggling with your respective hindrances, that will give you an insight into the degree that you are still very much ego-bound, okay? So keep that in mind. So we're going to talk about the relationship between hindrances and your ego condition. And hopefully you'll get some more understanding that will help you continue this great battle. And it is a great battle. I tell you, I've not ever been more proud of the Sangha than I have been in these last 60 or so days. I am wearing you rascals out. I don't know who it is. I just got a John Doe name on my list. That was John Doe again. They didn't say their name, they didn't say what time it was. Oh, God. But they're calling. And they're getting up, you know, groggy, staggering. A couple of people fell down trying to get to the just fell down, tripped over stuff, you know. But that's the spirit. That's the spirit. So I am inspired by your efforts. You see, I'm inspired because it makes me feel that all of these years and effort is not going to go in vain. I know at least one or two of you rascals, you're going to make it. Hopefully everybody's going to make it. We shall see. We shall see. Okay? So keep your hindrances in mind, and keep in mind that all of them, with no exception, are grounded in your egoic condition. It is a sign of your ego condition. And what are some of those hindrances?
Sleep.
Sleep. That's at the top of the list. Sleep. So I'm glad we got some carpet here today because I'm going to be checking all of you sleepers' posture. So. Sleep, what we have called a kind of lai. And sleep has different forms, right? It's not always, although that's the most common form of it, right? But sloth, drowsiness, you see, just lazy. Those are all forms of that hindrance called sleep. And we all are challenged. And there are many causes of this sloth, this drowsiness, this kind of this kind of laziness. Sometimes it's physical. However you spell physical. You're not getting enough rest, right? I told you that you need at least 6.5 to 7 hours of sleep. You see, especially those of us at our age. A little younger, you might need as much as 8. You see, everybody has a different need. One of the problems you have that is continually to make your morning practice more difficult physically than it need to be, you're not going to bed at a fixed time. You got to go to bed at a fixed time. That's discipline. You got to be disciplined on the front end. If you're getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning and you're going to bed at midnight, that's not going to work. You may get away with it for a moment, but the body eventually will present you with a bill. And you'll lay down one night, and the next time you wake up, it'll be 3 days later. Can't do it, right? Can't do it. There are laws governing this physical body. You must obey them. You must get enough sleep. So start disciplining yourself. Those of you who are struggling with sleep, first order of business, start disciplining yourself. Make sure that before your start time, you got yourself 6 to 7 hours worth of sleep. Get in the bed, even if you don't go to sleep. Don't worry about it. The body will slowly get trained. And instead of getting out of bed, just do you some simmering. You see. But you're going to have to discipline yourself on the front end. Does that make sense to you? Okay. Sometimes it's your diet. You eat way too much toxic types of food, sluggish foods. You see. Can't eat French fries 12 times a day. It's going to be too sluggish in your body. And I'm not going to go through all of that because you already know most of what I'm saying here. I'm just reminding you. You got to watch that diet. What you eating, quantity of it, and when you eating it. You got to discipline yourself. You're not going to be able to get up consistently and be punctual, be full-time and alert in your practice if you don't follow those rules that apply to this body. Can't get away with that. So just want to make sure that you understand that. Another thing is your attitude itself. Now, you're going to move through a kind of phasing. Those of you who had your first 30 days of basic training, the first thing you had to get over was just your mental resistance. You were resistant to it. Damn, got a call, got to get up. Damn, no, right. A lot of resistance. That's fine, no problem. That's to be expected because you're being moved out of your comfort zone. You're not going to like it. You follow me? That's the first thing. And you'll come up with all kinds of reasons why you're struggling and why it's hard. But basically, you just don't want to get your ass up. Basically. And you come up with all these other excuses. My toe, my left, I stroked my left pinky last night. That's why I'm an hour late. No. You are simply psychologically resistant to the test. And that's all right. Okay? That's to be expected. So the first 30 days, you're probably going to need all 30 of those days just to break past your resistance. Now you'll notice as you start into the second 30 days, right, going towards 60 days, you start getting a little enthusiastic about this. Have you noticed? Some of you have already entered into a stage of enthusiasm, right? We got a few more days to go through that. So you hopefully will start feeling it. This is just a natural progression, you know. You get it, you start looking forward to it a little bit. You know what I mean? Not too much, but you see, at least you think about getting up when you go to bed. which is a big change for y'all. You know, you actually think about, boy, I got to get up tomorrow. You know what I mean? That's a transformation in your very attitude toward your side of life, you see. And are committed to getting up. You know what I mean? And then as you move down toward a 90-day period of time, then you're going to get a taste of this thing. You're going to start liking this. And that's when we are able to kick into a whole nother level. But just wanted to give you some kind of idea here. So we're going to be covering all kinds of territory here today, dealing with these various forms of these hindrances to our spiritual practice. I've already talked about some of the other ones. We may come up with some more as we go through the process, but I wanted to address sleep because that's the basic one. Sometimes that's the hardest one. And so we'll look at that, you see. Don't get too comfortable in your pocket. While you're going, you got 12 pillows, you all going. You making a bed outside of the bed. You know, you got quilt, pillow behind the bed. Got your legs stretched out, you ain't crossed your leg. Now, one time, leg crossed. Shit, you might as well stay in the bed. Because that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to duplicate the condition of your bed on your mat. No. Right? So you got to have a little pain if you're going to have any gain. You got to have a little pain. Not too much that it'll distract you, but you got to have some pain to keep you from going to sleep. You see? You got to find that middle ground. You see? So some of you just going to have to jettison all these pillows and props and all of this other stuff. You know what I mean? And learn how to sit up straight. You see? Sit up straight when you sit. Not all slumped over, gonna go to sleep. Sit up straight, whether you're in a chair or on the floor. Sit straight, okay? Now, if you need a little back support, okay, that's fine, you know, but don't get on this wall, okay? Don't be leaning back on the wall. You're going to mess up your spine, and you're going to go to sleep anyway. You follow me? So we'll talk somewhat about that, too, today. I'm going to try to get in as much as I can while we're here. This is home. We like this place. I was telling Sarah, Rob, maybe we'll come back here since they won't let us stay overnight anymore, but maybe we'll spend a day here. Do a little practice up here, a little practice on the grounds. Just have a kind of one-day retreat or something of that nature. We'll consider that, okay? So we're going to talk a little bit about the psychology, or we could say the psychological and spiritual origin and phenomenology of ego, because this again is the ground of all your hindrances, all your problems on the path as well as off the path is ego. So we want to get a good understanding of this thing called our ego. Now, a little bit of this may be foreign territory to some unless you're students of psychology. But nevertheless, you all are quick learners. And besides, many of you I'm going to be drafting to give some kinds of lectures in the Karnak Institute, so you might as well get ready for that. I have you trained on third Sunday now, right? So now you're ready to address a larger community of folk. So this will serve you down the road, okay? So let's look a little bit at the psychological. Now, I'm not going to go in any kind of particular order. I'm just kind of going to be loosey-goosey here, right? And you all know we always interactive when we have these kind of settings, so feel free to ask for clarification where clarification is required for yourself. The psychological origin of your sense of self. Have you ever wondered about that? You were not born with that sense of self that you call me. At all. Nobody was. Your sense of self, who you feel you are, is a product of your interaction with your human and natural environment in the early stages of your development. Okay? A stage one of human development, let's say the age from 0 to 7, is when most of what you call me gets made, based on your parenting. You see, mostly your parenting. How so? Well, when you're born, you have certain needs that you must have met in order to live, okay? You have some physical needs, right? What are those physical needs that must be met in order for you to survive? Food, right? What else?
Shelter.
Shelter.
Security.
Clothing. What else?
Love.
Well, okay, that's not physical.
Oh, okay.
Water, you know, etc. We all have that idea, right? You need sustenance for the physical body. The body needs what it needs to sustain its life force. That need is forever, isn't it? You're always going to need some water. You're going to always need some food. You're going to always need some way to adapt to the inclemencies of the weather, etc. So that's always going to be the case. Is that about right? And you have some emotional or psychological or mental needs as well, whatever you want to call them, right? Non-physical needs, right? And Parental, you were saying one of them is love, right? Right, you got to get some love or attention and service. Because that's what we mean when we say we need somebody to love. I need somebody to pay attention to me and give me stuff I need, serve me. You follow me? What else? What are some of the other kinds of non-physical needs that we have?
Security.
Right, security. But we need to feel safe. Right, security and safety. To feel protected. Think of kids again. It's easier when you think of kids. Although for some of you, it might still be easy because you're still probably in that same stage. So,
Recognition and praise.
Okay, recognition and praise will come over here, right? But let's just put it here. You need validation. Yeah, what else?
Autonomy. Discipline.
Discipline. That's come later.
We need some autonomy.
Autonomy, a sense of freedom and identity. Anything else? Come on, PhD man. State, we pay taxes, man. We educating you. You better give us a return on our tax dollars. Come on here. What are some of the other psychological needs, psychosocial needs?
Belonging.
Belonging, right. Good. That's what that lyrian back there. Belonging, right? Connection, etc., etc., etc. You get the idea? We even need to have a certain amount of power that we need, power to control our circumstances, situation, etc., etc. But those emerge a little later. But these certainly are right from the womb, you see. Now, you're a child. Who's going to meet all these needs for you? Right? Because you can't meet them, can you? But you need them, right? So you're going to get these needs met by your parents. Now here's where the ego self begins to emerge in you. Because your parents have conditions that must be met before they will meet your needs, don't they? Yeah. Right? There's a certain kind of behavior that you must display in order for them to give you what it is that you need and are wanting from them. Is that right?
Yes.
Right? In the culture of psychiatry, we call that an imposed coherence. You are forced to cohere to a certain expected kind of behavior. Are you with me? Mm-hmm. So the ideal is that begin to look and see what kind of imposed coherence pertain to you. You see, how did you contort yourself to be that kind of way by which you will be effective in recruiting your physical and emotional needs from your parents? Let's have some discussion.
Have to be obedient.
You had to be obedient, okay? Now we beginning to see your way of being, i.e. your ego, your way of being that was most effective and your ability to get your parents to meet your needs, both physical and non-physical. That's the emergence of a way of being that you came up with that you felt would be effective and was the most effective means by which you were able to get your needs met by your parents. What was that way of being that you were literally forced to adopt? Because it was imposed, that way of being was imposed on you, right? So start reflecting, start looking for that. Mukherjee, you said some of the ways that we tend to become, in order to effectively meet these needs, we become super obedient, right? What else?
Be good.
That same thing, right? Be a good little boy. And this be good is always noticed connected with your parents' own self-image of themselves. What the parenting is doing, the parent is imposing a way of being on you, a behaviorism on you that reinforces and validates their own self-image. You got to be a good little boy, because if you're not, who's going to look bad here? Me. Right? Sit your ass down. Don't talk. Be polite. Blah, blah, blah. You see. This is what I call parental narcissism. It is your parents' effort to maintain their own image of themselves by controlling and imposing a certain pattern of behavior on you, right? And they give you a demand, a condition, right? And that condition is always, for the most part, related back to their own narcissism, their own self-image. See? So explore yourself here. How did you go about it? Because usually that's what you're still up to. You're still up to the same shit you was up to when you were 7 years old. Basically. Go. Try to be cute. Right, right, because moms consider herself a fashion model, right? Beautiful one, right? My kids gotta look pretty because I'm pretty or something of that nature. I can't speculate with any degree of precision exactly what kind of coherence was imposed upon you personally, but you must do that. I wasn't there, but you were there. Hmm? Yes, beloved?
Cleanliness.
Cleanliness could be one, right? Become a hyper sensitive, right? To your appearance and cleanliness and organization, et cetera, right? And you would adapt to that way of being for the sake of meeting your set of physical, emotional, psychological, mental needs. Hmm? Now, I didn't say you wanted to be that way, did I? You usually didn't want to be that way. So that resulted in what we call the falsification of your, and just for a lack of a better word, your true nature. Because you was a nasty little boy. You preferred being dirty. You didn't want to take no bath and be clean. You know what I mean? But you had to be clean. Otherwise, you weren't going to eat. You understand? You weren't going to get that toy for your birthday. Now, if you go out there and you get dirty, we ain't taking you to show. Now, you want to see that damn movie, right? Right? So you suppress and you repress your own natural, you see, nature for the sake of getting those needs met. You become a false self. What I'm suggesting to you is that your cooperation with this imposed coherence technically resulted in you becoming a false person. And you were phony at 7. You just didn't get phony last week. You've been phony your entire life. False self. And that's another way of looking at ego. Ego is a false sense of self. A kind of pretense, you see, that had its original purpose in making sure that you behave and act and speak and conduct yourself in such a way that you get mommies and daddies approval, affection, validation, recognition, etc., etc., etc. Now, over time, you forgot who you were and became identified with what? And that's who you think you are. That's the very thing that you're calling me, this is just how I am, really ain't you at all. You become identified with this false sense of self. And you're trying to maintain it. Because the moment you become identified with your false sense of self, in that same moment you now become narcissistic. By narcissism I mean this constant and chronic effort to maintain your own image of yourself. An image of yourself that is fundamentally false. But you're trying to maintain it because you have become identified with it. Does this make any kind of sense to you, non-psychological people? Prove it to me. Ask me something. Yes.
So one of the things, the ways that I was being was to be perfect. I had to do it right. And if I didn't do it right the first time, I had to keep doing it over and over and over again until I got it right.
And to get that praise, what need were you seeking to have fulfilled in that moment?
To be praised.
To be praised. And when did you outgrow that? I hope you heard it and get it. You're killing me. Somebody else give me a revelation. Because the ideal is to really kind of objectively begin to explore this thing here, right? So this is the beginning. Now we're going to keep moving deeper, but I want to make sure you got this, because if you don't get this, it's going to be hard to get the next level of our investigation of the nature of ego, because that's going to be a little bit more subtle. But do you each see in your own way how who you are being It's just a continuation of the way you were being in your relationship with your mommy and your daddy for the sake of getting their validation and their willingness to meet your set of physical and psychological needs. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. And do you see that you have become identified with that way of being? That's what you call me. That's what you are referring to when you say, that's just the way I am. But the question is, how did you get that way? Because you weren't born that way. And remember, every time you falsify your true nature, your true disposition, and again, I don't mean true in the sense of your spiritual nature, not consciousness and stuff. You understand what I'm saying? But your kind of natal disposition, your natal personality. Whenever you falsify that in order to comply with that imposed coherence, right? You don't feel good about that. There's some underlying resentment. That's why you'll see us mumbling under our breath at our mama. She make me damn sick. You know what I mean? But you can't get caught mumbling, right? You don't get caught. But you're mumbling, aren't you? Sure, because you're protesting. Even at that early age, that you making me fall. You're violating something sacred here. You know what I mean? And you don't like it. You don't like it, but you gotta do it because you need that validation. You need that attention. That is what I've called psychological slavery.
Or master, maybe you just don't want to get a woman.
Same thing. Same thing. But the point I was making in the side was that while you falsifying yourself in that moment, you see, to please your parent or parent figure, right? You feel that falsification of yourself. And that feeling of having to falsify yourself becomes a kind of resentment. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't want to get a whooping, right? You see, that's true. That may be part of your motive, you see. But the falsification of yourself in order to avoid that whooping, you don't like that. You know, why she gonna whoop me? All I want to do is go out here and buy some ice cream. What you gonna whoop me for? Shit, always whooping me. You know what I mean? That's resentment.
So Bhagwan, it would be the same thing like, you know, with me being the oldest, and mom would go in the hospital and have the babies, and so she left me in charge of the other kids.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was given the power to take care of them.
You were given the instruction.
Instruction at
right,
least.
Right.
But you know, I felt powerful in doing it, and so so.
But at some level, there may have been a resentment because you got to clean up after this cat here. You resented that. Just somebody else make him do his own work. You see, what you got to go. You see, what you got to see is this, beloved. Whenever you falsify yourself for the sake of accommodating others, in order to meet your psychological and emotional needs, you're going to resent that. You may not express it, that's another matter, but you're definitely going to resent it. Why? Because one of the needs is for autonomy, the freedom to be yourself. The greatest psychological need we all have is this need to be ourself, right? And that self is never the self that shows up in your relationships. Because the self that shows up in your relationship is based on who you're in relationship with. So it's the same process. Once you leave mommy and daddy, you see, then with your siblings, you see, because there was the way you had to adapt, right, to keep him from beating you up, right? Which you also resented. You follow what I'm saying? Because I'm the oldest. She's still resenting that. Right? Even to this day, right? I'm the oldest. But they don't listen to you no more. Because that role is over with. But you can't adapt to the relationships as they are because that's where I am. I'm the older sister. Well, he's 55 years old. He don't need no older sister. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're stuck in it.
Yeah.
And you resent it whenever he doesn't submit to you. Is why, right?
Yeah.
Because why? That's who I am.
That's what I did.
But we could go on and on and on. But you get some idea of it? Go ahead, Nika.
This true self that you're talking about, does it really know? Is it right? I mean, when it succumbs to the wishes of the parent, do you know what you're doing? You know, do you know?
You feel the resentment.
You feel the resentment, but
You-
that's okay, right? I mean, because we need discipline, we need.
Oh, I'm not
instruction.
arguing that you don't need those things.
Oh,
Don't
we don't.
misunderstand.
Okay,
But
okay.
what I'm saying is that,
Uh-huh.
depending on the parent,
But how can you avoid it?
that's what I'm saying. You
Oh.
couldn't. It's imposed. That's why I call it imposed.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Right? But if you're still operating like that and you're 50 years old, ain't nobody imposing your
Oh,
behavior
okay.
on you now.
Okay.
You can't blame your mama for that. Your daddy. You follow what I'm saying? You're 50 years old. Why are you still acting like you were when you were 7? You must consider that. And worse, you calling that me. You don't even understand. It's a byproduct. What you calling me is a byproduct. There's nothing authentic in it. It is an ego self. It is false. It's not true, right? And even when you are engaged in your maintenance of your presumed self, even in any relationship, you don't feel real. Problem is, you are not having the experience of being your real self in any of these relationships you're in. You just aren't. But you must see that for yourself.
How do you come out of that?
That's the next thing. First, you must see it, because you can't come out of that which you can't see. So it won't even do any good for me to say, well, you do this and that. You must see it. If you can't see it, you cannot transcend it. Part of the purpose today is to bring some of this stuff up into your consciousness, to integrate it, as we say in the business, right? To bring it up out of the unconscious, so you can see. And that which you see, you can observe and eventually change, transcend. But you can't change or transcend a way of being that you can't even see the origin of it. Can't really appreciate what is being said here. Who else had something to say? I want y'all to talk to me, because I ain't charging you for this. You go see a guy like Son of None, we're going to charge you a lot of money, man. I suggest you do all your confession that you can get in here today. Yes, beloved.
Just piggybacking on what the lady said there, it seems like they're just, like you were talking earlier, those pre-composed conditions from the superiors, even when you were like an adolescent or so.
Oh, yeah.
But then again, there was some kind of internal light within that formed that minute consciousness there that you know that there was a sense of self being lost,
Right.
having to be composed to those
Right.
conditions there.
Right. And see, that shows up in stage 3. We haven't got there yet, but let me just put them here. Stage 3, because if you look at, we move in blocks of 7 years, 7 to 14, then 14 to 21. Here in adolescence, that's where that shows up in the form of rebellion. When you hit adolescence, you start trying to get that self, right? And you tell mama, I ain't gonna do nothing. you can't make me. You start rebelling. Because that rebellion is that unconscious search to fulfill the need to be yourself. Because you realize clearly by that time, after that amount of tyranny, you know this ain't me. It becomes very clear. See, in the first stages, you actually think you are who your parents tell you to be. Because you don't have no intellect. You have no powers of discrimination, discernment. But as the brain develops, right, and the prefrontal lobes come into action and so forth and so on, about around 13, 14, you start realizing, no. You see, I'm through being this good little boy. I'm kicking somebody's ass. You pull your pants down. You understand? That thing come out, right? You always always wanted to whoop somebody. You tired to stand there getting a ass whooping. So mama don't be tear your shoes up or your pants. You understand what I'm saying? Now, of course, each one has to look at yourself to really see this. But you're right, but that won't emerge till later during adolescence. But do you all understand? Yes, sir. Right? And almost everybody in this room went through that stage of rebellion, right? When the need for autonomy became greater than your need for validation. You see, you could go only live so long like that, usually not past 12 or 13. You see, if you're still living content with following that parental script at your age, you're a victim of arrested development. You follow what I'm saying? You are what we call in the business maladaptive. We're going to talk a little bit about that too. So far, so good? Yes. Right? But the thing is that you have got to look at yourself. This is something your cooler mates can't help. You can't cooler this. Can't be asking so-and-so, so tell me who I think I, you know, can't nobody do this work for you. You got to go sit somewhere. And you got to go into some real self-reflection and really look and reflect on how you were parented. And see the psychological origin of your present time sense of self. See it as being false. False. Now, even in adolescence, you see, my friend, what we do in our adolescence, we reinvent ourselves. But this time based on pure imagination. We still don't know. See? But we know it ain't going to be like what mama done want me to be. I know that much, so it becomes the opposite usually. You know, because it's a rebellion. You see, that parent still is the fundamental thing going on there. You're just rebelling against it, blindly sometimes, you see. But you're just trying to prove I'm not going to be who you want me to be. But you really don't know who you want to be. But you know, you'll take that over the other possibility. Do that make sense to you? Mm-hmm. So now you go from one false sense of self to another false sense of self. Right? And that's just about where everybody died. That's about as much psychological growth most people are going to make. They're never going to move past that adolescent sense of self that was developed out of a rebellion to that primary sense of self that was imposed upon them by their parents. Go.
Bhagwan, is this this underlying feeling that you're trying to live, authenticate the false self, the reason that you feel tension or suffering of that nature?
Yes, yes. That is one of the forms of suffering. The suffering of not being yourself. Make a note. That's one of the forms of suffering. And it's one of the most difficult forms of suffering to bring to an end. Because the fear that if I give up my parental sense of self, if I give up that false self, that way of being, then how would I get these needs met? Right? But on the other hand, if I remain this false sense of self, how would I live authentically? And you become trapped in a kind of dilemma, double-minded, you see? Double-minded about it. But you're absolutely right, beloved, that you begin to notice that there is a undercurrent of dissatisfaction, of what in the East is called dukkha or dukkha. And while we're on dukkha, let me just remind everybody that this state of ego is not only the foundation of all your hindrances, your breakdowns, it is the foundation and the source of all of your suffering. All of it. Every form of suffering is grounded in your ego. You're clinging to this false image of yourself. You see? And notice you are clinging to this false image of yourself. Right? Because mama ain't there imposing it no more. You're clinging to it because you've identified that with being really who you are. But deep down inside, you know that ain't who I am. But if I don't be this, then, you see? And that's suffering. So there's a kind of dukkha that is the suffering of the absence of the freedom to be your quote-unquote real self. Now again, I don't want you to confuse this real self with the spiritual self. I'm just talking psychologically now, right? Because you're born with certain likes, dislikes, you have a personality disposition, you know, some Scottic way of being that is carried over from your previous life. So you're just born, there's some things you like, dislike, blah, 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 you see? And sometimes all of that gets suppressed and sacrificed for the sake of conforming to the expected behavior. And that's suffering. You can't do what, sometimes you say it like, I can't do what I want to do. That's usually how it comes out. I never could do what I want to do. Right. That's suffering in that moment. And that is the suffering of the loss of the freedom to be yourself. Because you're not free to be yourself. Because you be yourself, shit, you ain't going to get no praise. You ain't going to get no cookie. You know what I mean? You ain't going to get no red bicycle for Christmas, you know?
Get a lot of whooping.
A lot of whoopings. What happened is that you become afraid to be yourself.
So the goal as an adult is to be yourself. I mean, just to uncover those likes and dislikes and follow through with
You
them.
have to start this movement toward authentic selfhood, right? And it starts psychologically, it doesn't end there, right? But you must be able to become at least psychologically sane. You follow what I'm saying? Just to travel the path, yes, beloved.
So this way that you, false way that you being in your life, is that something that you are holding on to, or is it possible like that the environment and other things in your life as you proceed through life also enforce the same thing that the mothers, like, you know, I had the sense like in school, if you didn't do good grades or reach that 100% or something like that, then you were like considered a dummy and put down or whatever. And then even like when you come out in your family, they also enforce this same thing.
Yes, yes.
Is that
Sure,
you
there's
clinging,
an interrelationship between the sociology of your family of origin and the sociology of the larger context that's around it, the macrocosm and the microcosm, you see? Because your parents are not parenting in a vacuum. Your parents are really the vehicle and the agency of culture, right? They are socializing you. And the way they're socializing you is based on the larger context. Are you with me? So you'll see that pattern. But one of the other things, G, you have to remember is that the fear of being our so-called true or real self is really the fear of being isolated. That's the real fear. Of being isolated. Not being served, being isolated. Not being praised, to be made invisible, isolated. To be made alone.
Different.
No, isolated, neglected, ignored, to be banned to non-existence.
So this fear keeps you from uncovering your real self.
Well, it'll definitely keep you from being your real self. You follow me? Because you feel when you're being phony. Even to this day, you know exactly when you're being phony. You see? Because this so-called real, true psychological self is so existential. You see? It's so foundational. You feel it. You know when it. You see? If I'm out in a university environment, I'm speaking in a way that is being informed by that environment, right? Well, I don't talk like this at home. So in the university, you use nice big terms, you sound very educated, and you understand? But it's tiresome. You can't wait to get out of here so I can get back to my ebonics. But intuitively, when you are in a state of falsification.
So Master, is that good for you? When you have to conform to the environment, like you go to a different country and they speak different, and you have to conform your language to it.
Well, that's a kind of apple-orange thing. What you're talking about is practical. You see, but I'm talking about imagine if you don't have to go to another country,
right?
Where there's and you're still falsifying yourself. That's the neurotic condition that we're addressing.
And that's not good for you.
Being neurotic is never good for you.
What that word means.
Teacher, I think we knew when our parents was being phony too.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. See, remember I said that the way we've been parented is based on our parents' own narcissism. You see? Parental narcissism. Because our parents are just like us. They have formed a false image of themselves that occurred in their early childhood, right? That they're trying to maintain, right? So in order for me to be who I am, you got to be a certain way, right? And since I got all the power, right, and I got what you need, you're going to conform, aren't you? Right? You see. I've talked about that as parenting out of good intentions and so forth and so on. I've talked about it in many different forms. Today I'm just calling it what it is, parental narcissism. Parenting in that effort to maintain their own image of themselves. You see, it has nothing to do with the kid's natural disposition and proclivities.
And isn't that also spilled over in the churches and
Everywhere, you see. But the important thing is to see it as it is in your life. You don't have to become a sociologist of this. You know what I mean? Just see it individually. But certainly, Mukherjee, it appears on a personal and collective level. But see that this fear of being your true self is really a fear of being isolated. And that fear of isolation is there in stage 1 of development. Is there as a child. You see, what child wants to be banded in their relationship with their parent? None of them. Do not want to be isolated, do not want to be abandoned, and therefore will submit.
Because even in the fear of being isolated, we can't get our fundamental needs met,
Right.
which is attention in order to be
Sure,
loved.
sure. In isolation, absolutely right. When you are in isolation, you can't get nothing met. That's what isolation means, being banded in the relationship, which translated as you ain't getting none of your needs met. You've been banded. You are isolated. I'm not giving you no attention. I'm not going to validate you. I'm not going to praise you. Right? Ain't buying you shit for Easter. You know what I mean? No Christmas present. You are isolated. And you follow what I'm saying?
like solitary confinement.
Yeah, in some sense. Yeah. You're not being served. It's almost like, I'm not going to feed you. Now, how are you going to survive? You're going to die, aren't you? Well, in some sense, when you're not fed psychologically, emotionally, something in you dies. Now, the body may survive, but something in you is dead, hard, withdrawn, right? Bitter. Yeah, yeah. You can see how a child that's not been loved emerges into a kind of child and adult. You know what I mean? That is very, very, how do you put it? Hostile. Hmm? No empathy. Hmm? See, unloving themselves. You see, they're not very loving people. Couldn't be. They've not been nurtured. Yes?
Bhagwan, from the perspective of the parent,
Mhm.
is what you're sharing the same thing as saying that the parents, their love was not unconditional, it was conditional?
Yes, in the true sense of the word, unconditional. Nobody's love is unconditional. It's all conditional. You see, but conditional love, of course, is better than no love at all. But the point I'm making is that you have to recognize. See, the ideal again, what I'm proposing to you is that the single and only source of the hindrance to spiritual development is your ego. This is not just what I'm saying, it is what has been said in every great tradition. Problem is your ego. Problem is this very sense of self that you are operating out of and are clinging to, trying to maintain, under the delusion that that's really who you are. And what I am saying to you is what has been said since time immemorial. That's not you. You're not who you think you are. You are not that self that you are clinging to. And now I'm just beginning to approach it from a psychological level, but we're going to bump that up a little bit, right? We're going to move into a kind of metaphysical and spiritual account of the origin of ego. But before we do that and bump it up, I just want to make sure that at least you are able to grasp this at least the most fundamental level, most superficial level, and see the psychological origin of your sense of self, where that came from, and see that that is a false sense of self. That is a way of being that you adopted in your interaction relationship to mommy and daddy, you see. And you adopted that way of being for the sake of getting your needs met, both physical and non-physical, and have become identified with it, habituated in it, and are clinging to it. And that when you pursue a spiritual path, that becomes a complete obstacle, because that has to be undone. And that's the fear. Yes, beloved?
It seems to me that in order to be your true self, you're going to have to really overcome this fear of being isolated. Absolutely. Which is
big fear. Right. Big fear. Big fear. You see, big fear. And certainly you can't do that in stage 1, 2, or 3 of development. You know what I mean? That's a stage 4, 5, 6, 7 level of development that is required of you. A childish person, a person that is stuck in a childish disposition, cannot overcome that kind of fear. You see, impossible, basically. A certain amount of development is required. The adolescent person, the person who is stuck in the adolescent disposition, you know, who have rebelled against that parental, that image that is grounded in parental narcissism, who rebel against it, but is trapped in the adolescent, right? Can't do it because they're clinging to that. Are you with me? So, very difficult, but possible if you understand. The only way out of that situation is that you must have a radical understanding. And we're going to try to serve you in that capacity a little bit today. Yes, that's right.
Does absence of a parent play a role in the context of what we're talking about?
Well, it's whoever is functioning. whoever is standing in locus parentis, if you don't have your biological parent, somebody their parents, or have a surrogate parent, a guardian, or somebody. You follow what I'm saying? Because how would you couldn't feed yourself, right? And then it depends on when that parent was lost, you know. What I'm just giving you is a kind of a basic framework. But surely children that go into foster care develop an ego, you know. So it doesn't require your biological parents are not necessary for you to develop an ego, whoever's around. Because it's how you are responding to that adult environment when you were in that, in your childhood that determines what kind of ego you will form. Y'all got it now?
So the break from the parent's condition starts around 13, 14.
Yeah,
Then you start developing.
Right. You start trying to reconstruct a different way of being, right? And it makes sense because you don't need them to feed you no more. You follow what I'm saying? And you got your friends now for your validation. You don't need mama to praise you. You got Roger Rivera. See, your peer group now takes over and becomes the source of your meeting these needs. So you're no longer so dependent upon mom and dad now. But the same dynamic applies, right? Because now you got to come up with a way of being that you will find will be effective in recruiting your peers' interest and attention and service and connection. You follow what I'm saying? And that's in some senses a lot more dangerous because ain't no telling what kind of conditions they will impose upon you. You follow what I'm saying? Before you gotta go kill somebody, and hey, you know, we'll give you praise. You follow what I'm saying? Or go drink something, or smoke this, or pull your dress up, or you know what I mean? Now you're really in a danger zone because your way of being is being adapted in your relationship to your peers. And they put all kinds of crazy demands on you for the sake of meeting your emotional and psychological needs. Are you with me? And so that way of being that you invented during your period stages of development is as false as the one prior to that. It's just false. It's just false. And what to say appears when you pass that stage, now your wife or your husband now they shaping you. You want some examples? Right. So even in your most so-called intimate relationships, you're not yourself. And you're not being yourself for the same fear of isolation. Is that about right? Right. Yes, beloved.
Master, I wanted to, while you was talking, I was thinking, my mind went back when I was young. I remember my grandparents raised me, and if she was sitting next to me, if I mumbled something, pow, I get a backhand lick. Or either if I'm walking and I might mumble something, I might get knives thrown at me. I would know not to do no mumbling or
no complaining.
My face,
that's right.
the expression on my face would change or nothing, you know.
That's right.
I was alert at that. And then when I had my children, if my son would, if I would wake up and he's not home, I'd get my bat, you know, and just not looking for him, you know. Is that just a reaction from my grandparents?
That's a continuation. You see, it becomes multi-generational. You see, intergenerational. Just carries down. Imprint. Yeah.
So that wasn't my true self. That was like an image of my grandparents.
Yeah, the way you who you became psychologically was based on how your grandmother handled you. And you became identified with that way of being, and you said, that's me. That's just how I am. Now, here we're going to push a little bit more. I'll try to leave some time at the end. We can refine this thing. Here I'm just throwing out basic axioms here, right? And we'll refine them as we go on, but I don't want to get stuck here. I want to move a little bit more. Now, here's the other thing to consider when you begin to observe the ego self. Because you remember the process involves the observation of the egoic self. You must observe it to understand it. And when you begin this kind of radical observation of the egoic self, or radical self-observation, you see, with the proviso that the self you observe it is not real, it's false, but observe it anyway. You see, in fact, the more you observe this false self that you'll call it myself, the more you'll see how false it is. That it is not authentic. You see, that it is a kind of a result of imposed coherence on you, so forth and so on. You will see that plus more. You will see, first of all, there is no one self. Now, this is where it blows your mind. The sense of self that you are experiencing is not solid. It is fluid. It is not permanent. It is changing. It is in flux. The sense of self that you experience in any given moment is always based on the relationship that you are in or who you are interacting with. It is always based on something external. This is interesting. This is interesting. And you can see that even a little bit earlier, because when you're at home, when you're 6 or 7 with mama, that sense of self is dominant, right? But what happens when we go outside?
Different.
Changes. Because we outside the reach of that imposition. Mama can't see me now. When you're out of view of that, when you're out of that range of influence, a whole different self pops up, don't it?
Yeah.
And when you wonder when grandmama wasn't looking, you were cussing people out. Right? You cut loose. But unless you have internalized that and carry it with you, you see. But even then, it's never the same. Are you following me? There is no solid, there is no experience of a solid, non-changing self. Consider that. Observe and see. Observe your feeling and sense of self as you move throughout the day. If you observe that, you will find that that sense of self that you are experiencing is constantly changing. It is never solid. There is no continuity at all. Your way of being is constantly changing from situation to situation, circumstance to circumstance, person to person. In the East, they'll call that anatta. No self. It is just ego. Ego is not a true self. That's why we call it a false self. It's not a solid self. Now, this is a little bit more subtle. So again, let's have some conversation about it. But you have to kind of feel for this. Now, if you've been doing your self-observation, it'll be a little easier to appreciate this level of ego as being not only not who you are, but constantly changing.
So, is your true self who you really are solid?
Yes. But the question is, what is your true self? See, then we leap into metaphysics. But I don't want to leap there yet, because if you don't understand what is false, how are you going to understand what is true? That's not going to happen. And you will not be served. Those are answers from back of books. What I'm calling you to do is to see this. See this now. You must see this self that you are presuming to be as it really is. Just imagination. Not solid. Fluid. Constantly changing. Based on circumstances, situations, people, places.
So by you interacting with different people and interacting with them different, does that make it false? Because say you talk different to somebody else, and then you might be different with somebody else, and your mood might change with somebody else. That makes it...
All ego is false. So it's not like you are being more of who you are when you with Samaya than you are with Bilal. Both are false.
Right.
It's just different falses.
Yeah.
So is the change that occurring based on the feelings?
No, I don't.
Based on the feelings that you're experiencing and the way you cope with life as you go through it?
Say that one more time.
Are the changes that you're saying that the ego undergoes based on fears that we're experiencing on our coping mechanism?
Yeah. Our ego, the egoic condition, is characterized by fear. That's what we were just saying earlier when we were looking at the psychological phenomenology of ego, right? We already have seen that your egoic way of being is based on fear, the fear of your needs not being met.
Right. So we've developed coping strategies to deal with these fears.
Oh yes, in fact, sometimes these coping mechanisms, as you point out, only complicates the problem, right? Now, we're going to say a little bit about that down the road. But for instance, the suffering of not being able to be yourself, that's a kind of suffering, right? Now, how do I cope with that suffering in this relationship where I can't be myself, right? I come up with another strategy, don't I? Right? Now I got to come up with a strategy to deal with suffering, right?
Right.
So that strategy won't include being myself.
Right.
Because that's off the table. Shit, I'm afraid to be myself, right?
I can't.
Can't, right? So whatever strategy I come up with that is not addressing the need to be myself, that becomes maladaptive behavior. Or what we used to say in the old days in the culture of psychiatry, that becomes neurotic behavior. A kind of behavior that only makes matters worse. Right? You follow me? Only make matters worse. You see a lot of that happening automatically in adolescence. You know what I mean? A lot of the adolescent rebellion really takes on the form of maladaptive behavior, right? So you'll see that kid in their rebellion and not being themselves, reinvent themselves as a murderer, a drug, and I'm a drug dealer. You know what I mean?
I'm a smoker.
I'm a smoker. I'm a Rasta. That's maladaptive behavior. You follow what I'm saying? Because now they're going to be in a worse situation. You see my point? Now they're going to have more suffering. You see? That maladaptive behavior always produces more suffering than the suffering you're trying to avoid. Now in your rebellion against mom and dad, your ass is arrested and locked up for life in drug trafficking somewhere. It's worse. Does that help a little bit, beloved? Yeah. All right, now coming back to this non-permanent nature of your sense of self. The sense of self you having right now, that's going to change soon you leave the room. It's going to change while you're in the room. Pay attention.
So I was just, because I'm a bit confused when you were talking about there's no one self.
No one sense of self.
No one sense of,
No,
that's what,
right, you have many senses of self.
being an ego, I have many senses of self, okay.
Right. You have many egos.
Okay.
You follow what I'm saying? Because ego is not a thing. Ego is an activity. And you're always doing it, moment to moment. That's what gives it its manyness, right? It's not like you got 12,000 egos, you know what I mean? But you're doing ego all the time. All the time. So ego is an activity. And what is the activity? It is the adapting to your relationships, especially the human relationships, in ways, moment to moment, that will be effective in meeting those needs. So when you would say, right, I'll adapt this way. When I go here, I'll adapt this way because these needs are mobile, aren't they? They're mobile. They're always the case. That's all you're ever doing is trying to meet these needs. You're not doing anything else.
So, Master, ain't that a way of like letting go of some of the suffering? Because if you try to stay one way with Sat-Ra and then you try to stay the same way with Sat-Ra when you're not trying to accept that way, isn't that going to be some more suffering?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is always suffering.
Okay, so
That's the whole point.
no escape.
No escape. But you have to see that.
Yeah.
Again, you have to see it, not philosophize it. See this here. Don't try to come to a logical conclusion about it, because you'll miss it. There's certain knowledge that cannot be had through a logical process at all. You see? In fact, real knowledge is never the outcome of a merely logical syllogism. You must see it. You must observe it. This is observation-based knowledge. You see?
So
Yes,
there's
ma'am.
no way that you really have discrimination as you move through these different stages of life, because I mean it was necessary to have obedience. It wasn't like
Oh yeah, I'm not arguing the case. See, what makes it problematic is your identification. You see, it's the identification with that. You see, because then you cling to a fixed way of being that ain't gonna work in every relationship. Right. Shit, it only gonna work in maybe 1, 2 tops. Then everybody else you interact with, it's just gonna be a lot of shit going on for you. You follow what I'm saying? Because you can't let go of that fixated sense of self. You're clinging to it because you say, this is who I am. No. In fact, one of the definitions of enlightenment, one of the definitions of the word nirvana, is dropping the need to be a fixed self. Make a note. The complete dropping of a need and any effort to be a fixed way of being. That's nirvana. That's free.
So then you move about freely about.
Right, because you're not clinging. You see? You can respond in every situation, circumstance, with every person, place, and thing appropriately, based on the reality, what is required in that moment. You see, you ain't trying to be Barani Rod in every damn relationship. You ain't trying to be the big sister with Roger Vitter, because it ain't gonna work with him. All right? So forth and so on. You understand what I'm saying? There's not this fixation, this clinging to, this fixed concept of self, because you've observed it. You have to actually, see, it takes a lot of concentration. That's why meditation is the foundation of this. You see, because unless you have developed the mental acuity, the ability to really concentrate, you'll never see this here. And you're never going to see it through a logical process, so you can forget about that, right? You simply, by virtue of your meditation and your practice, develop a level of concentration and ability to witness things so that you can see. This sense of self is constantly shifting. Therefore, it can't be my core self. It is constant. And seeing it change, you stop clinging. You follow me? That's what breaks the clinging. Now, let's look at this from the bottom up. Because again, now we're looking at the more of the spiritual and metaphysical origin of the sense of self that we're calling ego. We know that this whole process has this beginning with the mental act of identification, right? And it's identification with the aggregates of self, right? The self is not as I said before, it's an activity. But I'm going to use a different model here now, okay? Remember, I'm just switching models here. Because I cannot speak accurately about it. Because what I'm trying to speak about is unspeakable, but I'm trying to paint pictures with you, okay? So don't get fixated on one single concept or approach, all right? So here, let's presume that the ego is something that is made up of subtle components, other components, okay? And at some level, there is no contradiction because even the activity is made up of, but that's another level of subtlety. It's identification with form, a body, right? So there's a sense of self that is based on the identification with the body. Is that about right? What are some of the other components that make up your overall sense of self? What are some of the other aggregates?
The emotion.
Right? Right. You're going to have feelings or your emotions. What else? Sure. You're going to have thoughts.
Desires.
Desire is going to come under thoughts, feelings, a combination, a product of thoughts, concepts.
Some people have identification with their job.
Well, that's outside. The actual sense of self is made up of some aggregates, some components. You all did pretty good. The senses, right? Perception. The senses, sensory system of perception. And of course, attention. Right? Attention. Now we could probably tease that in a few more, but these are the essential aggregates that make up your fundamental sense of self. It is the identification with all of that you are calling self. Fundamental. Yes, but
I'm not understanding how attention fits into that.
well, you can't have any of these other experiences without it. So in some sense, we don't normally have the experience of being consciousness, but you do have the experience to some degree of the one who's paying attention. Something is paying attention, right? And these we are calling a ahankara. That's the proper name for ego, a ahankara. That which pays attention. Mm-hmm. And this you call self. Would you grant me that?
Yep.
Now, I just said, go ahead.
You got thoughts,
Thoughts,
You have thoughts, you got concepts. Now, what's concepts and perception, wouldn't that be under thoughts or mind too?
Perception, yes, all of that could be put under the umbrella of mind. There's another way of breaking down the activity of mind. All of this, body can also be put under mind, technically, because your body is in the mind, not the other way around. So that's a technicality, you see. But basically, these are the functions then of mind, okay? But in any case, it's easier to just keep it very simple. You identify with your body, right? As being one of the components that make up your sense of self, is that right? You identify with your emotions as also being one of the components that make up your sense of self. I'm angry, you become identified with that emotion. I'm sad, that means you become identified with some emotion, right? I'm happy, I'm unhappy. You see my point? And they become incorporated into your sense of self. So I'm a body and I'm an angry ass one at that, right? So, you understand? Then of course, you're thinking, you have beliefs, you have concepts and all of that, you see? And you become identified with that. Are you following what I'm saying? I've gone through this before, so I'm not gonna go into the minutiae of it. But you are just reminding you all, more than anything else today. Certainly you have a sensory system of perception. You see things, you hear things, you taste things, you feel things, etc., right? And you become identified with that too, right? I'm the one that hears. I'm the one that sees this. This is me. And of course, attention. So you got that? Now here's the thing. Is any of this here changing?
All the time.
All the time. It is always in flux, right? So even from an existential and ontological point of view, all that you call in yourself can't be the self because it's constantly moving. Are you with me?
Yeah.
It is always in flux. It is always changing. Isn't it?
Yes.
So that's another way for you to see the non-existence of a fixed self, anatta. You see? And if you see that, then this efforting to maintain a fixed sense of self falls, because you know it is a futile ambition. It's impossible. It's not even necessary. And with the dropping away of this constant effort of maintaining a fixed sense of self comes relief. Because there's a kind of dukkha that you are experiencing in your effort to maintain a fixed way of being, isn't it?
Yep.
That's some more dukkha, isn't it?
Yep.
There's suffering in that, isn't it? There's suffering in it. Trying to maintain a sense of self that we already seen is false in the first place, right? So trying to maintain a false way of being is suffering. Do you see it?
Yes.
Something else to say about it? Because this is all purpose to help give you some additional understanding to help you in this basic phase of your sadhana.
So like when you arguing with somebody and or you trying to control somebody, it's like you're trying to fix yourself into that self what has to have control or has to not have that person arguing with you or telling you what to do.
If you have this fixed image of yourself,
Right.
as being omnipotent, all-knowing, then certainly you can't tolerate any disagreements.
Right.
And what you're doing in your arguing is trying to maintain your own image of self. moment to moment.
Right.
Maintaining an image of yourself that is false, fluid, liquid, and you suffer. That's why you suffer so much, because that's one of your problems. You can't pull it off. You just can't pull it off. That's part of your frustration. Now, maybe it'll help us to go a little deeper now and see the relationship between egoity and suffering. Ready? Now that you understand what I mean by egoity at the psychological level, at the metaphysical level, et cetera, now we can begin to see a connection between egoity and suffering. Again, the premise is that all of your problems, spiritual and worldly, is grounded in this egoity. All of it.
Excuse me,
Hence
Bhagwan.
the emphasis of the mystics for its transcendence. Yes, beloved.
May I ask one question?
Yes, beloved. As many as you like. That's what we hear.
You challenged us to observe your feelings and your sense of self throughout, as you go throughout your day. And I'm wondering, how important is it to, as you engage in that, to avoid judging?
It's very important, because when you start judging, you're no longer in a position of pure observation, you see. And you will eventually become re-identified with the very thing you're trying to observe. Because when you're saying that in a judgment that it should be like this and like that, what is that that you are referring to as a standard? You know, you're operating off of some kind of fixed concept, right? It's Gadira. It is deep, you see. So I'm not expecting you all to follow all of this argument, because it takes more than a workshop and a conversation like this to get it. What I am trying to do is to somehow seduce you into a deeper level of observation, so that you can come and see for yourself. The goal and spiritual relationships like the one we have with one another is always to somehow aid you to come and see for yourself this truth, rather than to merely accept it on the strength of my argument, you see? Because then you just reduce it to dogma, to doctrine, to philosophy, and that don't help you. You follow me? So you have to go do that work of observing. And if you observe, and you will see whenever you are judging, you cease observing. And you will see that for yourself. And then you will see the consequence of that. You will make some dukkha for yourself. You follow me? And again, one of the basic goals, fundamental goal of a spiritual path is to become an end maker of suffering. You follow me? That's what it's all about. To bring suffering to an end. And that requires you having a different kind of view of the world and your relationship to it and what's going on in it. You see, there must be a deepening of your perspective about self, about others, about the world. You see. And when that deepening becomes most profound, your whole view shifts, of course, and therefore you process experience differently. So we'll say a little bit more about it, beloved, and maybe it'll clear up as we go along, okay? Can we bump it up a little bit more now?
Yes.
Okay, go.
So there's no fixed way, it's just the appropriate response to whatever is happening.
to reality.
To reality.
Right, right. But to have an appropriate response to reality, you must first be able to see it.
Right. Right.
So that's why view, right view, as the Buddha called it, right? Or pana or prajna, you see. That eye of Heru, jhana, insight. That's why all of those things are so important. Viveka. You see, you must be able to overcome that in you which obscures or undermines your ability to see it as it is. Because if you can't see it as it is, by definition, you cannot respond appropriately.
Right.
Right?
I see what you're saying.
Any other response you give is just out of your egoity. That's all that's ever going on. And how do you know it? You will suffer. Okay, let's look again a little closer at this. There are some kinds of suffering, very specific kinds of suffering, that is always the result of our inability to see these things. For instance, to see the non-existence of a fixed, unchanging sense of self. There's a kind of suffering that results when you don't have that ability to see that. Are you with me? A kind of clinging begins to occur, and so forth and so on. And there are many other kinds of suffering that is also inherent in this inability to see even yourself as it really is. One of the things, of course, that you got to see, and we talked about this, we already talked, you got to see certain aspects of reality, okay? And when I say reality, I'm talking about conditional reality, so keep that in mind. Because there's a distinction between conditional reality and absolute reality. See? When you're able to see conditional reality as it is, then that produces a kind of conditional sanity. You become conditionally sane. Are you with me? Which is quite a feat in itself, right? However, when you're able to see absolute reality as it is, you become absolutely sane. The goal of the path is to become absolutely sane. But what is required is that first you must be conditionally sane, right? All right. Now, conditional reality is easier to see as it is if you are able to observe without prejudice. You've been born, of course. You're here. And so you can't get out of here. For some people, just the fact that they exist is suffering. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
You have no idea how many people have already been born that don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't like this world. I hate this place.
Yes.
But you're already here. You see? And just by virtue of them being here, they are suffering. Right? So when I'm talking about suffering, I'm talking about basically existential suffering. There's existential forms of suffering. Suffering that you experience simply by virtue of being in existence. And it starts with some who just suffering because they're born. And sometimes they're born with a handicap, right? Or a disfigurement, right? And to be subjected to all the things they're going to get to be subjected to by virtue of this deformity, they don't want to be here. You know, why did God let me live? I ain't got no bottom part, I ain't got no arms. Shit, I don't even want to be here. You know what I mean? Or something happened to you in your life. You follow what I'm saying? You lose a loved one, you lose a child or some traumatic, and then suddenly you don't want to live. You see, that's the impulse underlying suicide, right? Suicidal ideation, right? It's grounded in this kind of suffering of just existing. I don't want to kick it over again. Okay, are you all right with that? Then another kind of suffering that is existential in its nature. You all understand what I mean by existential? Suffering that comes by virtue that you exist. Is old age. You're going to get old. But what if your fixation and sense of self is tied to your youth? What if being young is a major part of your sense of self? Are you in trouble?
Yes.
You're in some big trouble because you're going to get old and you're going to get feeble in your body, feeble in your mind. And that's one of the suffering that people who enter into old age experience. They feel like, shit, I ain't even myself no more. Right. You were never that self in the first place. But now you realize it. But it's almost too damn late. You're clinging to that thing all the way up to 85. And now it really becomes clear to you. I ain't my old self. I ain't myself. So as you get aged, you see, it can bring on a kind of suffering because it offends your fixated sense of self. It begins to contradict it, to show it up. You ain't all that, you see. I'm strong, I'm handsome. You're going to realize that ain't true. That ain't a fixed sense of self. That ain't a permanent self. Because that ain't going to last. There's suffering. You all understand that. I mean, you should understand that. I've been talking about this a long time, right? Yep. And of course, these are not unique to me. These are just things that every mystic have taught, particularly in Buddhism. They've gone very deep into all of this. But Buddhism certainly is not the only tradition that explores that. The ancient Pharaonic traditions did the same thing. In fact, some of their insights are a lot deeper than the Buddha, but that's a subject for another time. Sickness. You're going to get sick. And when you get sick again, that sense of who I am gets offended. And your illness and your sickness, there is a alteration in your sense of self. That's why you don't want to be sick. Because if you're sick, you can't be your what? Self. Which again is an illusion. Because you're going to be sick. And then what self are you when you're sick? Is that self that you are when you're sick the same self that you were when you weren't sick? Do it feel the same? No. The feeling of and sense of self completely changes under those circumstances, doesn't it? So again, proof. It ain't a fixed, uninterrupted sense of self that you're experiencing. And of course, they're going to be dying and death. I am not even going to go into all of that. You know about all of that. But again, these are kinds of suffering that are unavoidable because it is a suffering that comes with existence itself. You exist, and you're going to go through this. And there's no amount of books you're going to read, no amount of lectures you're going to attend, no amount of money you're going to make, no amount of pilgrimage to the holy places that you'll make, no amount of degrees you get, that ain't going to have no effect on it. None of that shit reduces this suffering. Now, this is going to be very important because what you're going to find is that most of us ultimately come up with a way of being that is designed to avoid reality. Interesting. Go.
What do you say to those who don't necessarily know what they are, but know what they're not?
Who don't know who they are, but know who they're not? Well, do they really know who they are?
Obviously, it's not to that point of understanding, but there's some degree of insight.
They're on the way, but they're a long way away yet. But they're on the way. You see? They're on the way. That can be useful. That's the nete concept in the East. I'm not this, I'm not that, I'm not this, I'm not that. But you got to make about 2 billion eliminations before you get to the core. You know what I mean? Not 10. You see my point? But you're on the way. That's one of the processes that's different. Enlightenment via negativity. You know, not this, not this, not this, nete. But when you come to the end of nete, you still can't say. You know, that which is love, though, is self-evident to be you. Go.
Teacher, what would you say about what's going on in the minds of persons when they see themselves developing some kind of way of escape to avoid the existentialism suffering? When they think that they can't age, that they won't develop any sickness, you know, they have some kind of practice in their life, reading The Secret, the books.
Yeah. That's called maladaptive behavior, and we're going to get into that. That's neurotic behavior. Yes, Hunter Saab.
When you say that during the Pharaonic period, an aspect of their understanding of this, that there had, even though it's not stated in the text, but visually, a pre-ancestral ego. In other words, to prepare the people for the transition. And all the texts were, you're reading those while you're alive to prepare you for the death of your ego.
Right. The so-called Egyptian Book of the Dead, the coming forth by day, a lot of the pyramid texts, all of that is there. You know, it's the Dharma. You know what I mean? And in that sense, I can concur with that. But we shall see a little later. Let's go a little deeper and we'll see. So far you understand this, right? Now this is the grosser source of existential suffering. It is not all of it, okay? Because there's suffering at the level of the body, right? And so forth and so on. There's some more. There's a kind of suffering of not having what you want. This is a kind of suffering based on desires, right? You have desires. You have desires for things, but then the desire for something that you don't have, that's suffering, don't you think? When you want something in your life that you don't have, and you are constantly efforting to get that thing, that's suffering. That's tension. That's anxiety because, oh, I may not get it. Oh. That's suffering. Right? Having what you don't want is also suffering, like a husband. Lazy ass husband. That's some powerful suffering. Right? Having what you don't want is suffering. Because then again, it's the effort that you got to get rid of. But that's your kid. How you gonna get rid of your damn kids? You know what I mean? That's your husband. I mean, it's hard, but it's suffering. And it's inherent in human existence. See, all of this, what I'm talking about now, there's no option here. Just like you've been born, you're gonna get old. You're going to get sick, die, death is coming. You also have desires, and you want shit. And the stuff you want that you can't get results in suffering. And there's stuff that you have already that you don't want, and that's also suffering. You got a brother or a sister that just drive you crazy. You hate that that's my sister, but my children understand this analogy. That's your sister. That's what you got, and that's suffering. And there ain't nothing you can do about it. I wish she wasn't my sister. Well, that ain't gonna change it. That's your sister. I wish that wasn't my daddy, but he is your daddy. You see my point? Ain't gonna change. There are things in your life that you don't want, but you can't get rid of it. And that's going to cause you suffering. Go. Sorry. Yeah.
Remember you told us before you were speaking about tanas, and you say that's the bhavatana. When you have something but you want to give it away.
You have something but you want to give it away. You have something that you don't want.
But you don't want.
Right. Right.
And that results in tremendous suffering.
Tremendous suffering.
Tremendous suffering.
Tremendous suffering. And so again, these are just core concepts. You have to expand them all accordingly. Then there's a matter of keeping what you like. That's a problem. How to hold on to it, because guess what? It's changing. It ain't gonna last. And that's suffering. You know what I mean? That's suffering. I have my sister, Sarah Baker, I'm gonna tell her. And when we were little kids, you know, food was a real treat for us. Especially you get those brown and served rolls, because, you know, it's Lebanon. I mean, you get a brown and served roll, man, that's like a delicacy. Maybe everybody could get one. But Sarah Baker would be watching the table very closely. Sarah Baker wanted two. She liked these rolls. And I remember as a kid, and probably created a whole bunch of bad karma for myself. But I was watching her. Even then, I was a student of human behavior. And she was eating. And just as she was just about finished, ready to get that last one, I blew my breath on it. Nobody wants it. What's up? Let me eat that biscuit. How to keep and hold on to what we like in our life. In the face of the reality of impermanence is a great source of suffering. Getting rid of or avoiding what we don't like. Avoiding what we don't like. And Mahadasi gave y'all a very excellent talk on that. Keeping what you like, that's clean. Avoiding what you don't like, you know that's avoidance. Both produces suffering. Because how are you going to avoid what you don't like? And keep happy. Hard as you try. Stuff that you don't like keep happening to you. And you keep trying to figure out a way to avoid it. You see, your whole mental activity is characterized by this chronic attempt to come up with some kind of strategy to avoid this stuff that I don't like. But it keeps happening. And every time it happens, you suffer. This is a kind of suffering of impermanence. That very nature of conditional reality is that it is impermanent. All that occurs within the context of conditional reality is impermanent. All inner and outer phenomena that occurs within the context of conditional reality is impermanent. And therefore there is a kind of suffering that is inherent in the human condition simply because you exist in conditional reality, not outside of it. Are you with me? It's suffering. Now, we can get some more nuances, right? So here's the question. Are you able to now have a view of reality based on how reality is? Are you able to have a view of reality and a way of living that is based on reality? What I'm asking you, can you live based on reality? As it is.
Which reality?
Traditional reality is. That's the only one you know. The difference between an enlightened person and an unenlightened person is just that. The enlightened person has a view of reality and the ability to live on that basis. The unenlightened has a view of reality or don't even see reality and cannot live on the basis of it. They cannot surrender. Dr. Maji's preparing a wonderful talk for you all on surrendering. So, just you all have to wait for the deep stuff later. Huh? That's her job. Understand what I'm saying? The ability to see this conditional reality as it is and accept it. Surrender to it and thus be happy. That's the enlightened disposition. And you can't get there through a logical process. And you can't get there reading books. And you can't get there by blindly clinging to some dogma and doctrine. You must see as it is. You're here. Accept it. You get old. Accept it. You're going to get sick. Accept it. You're going to enter into your dying and death. Accept that. You see, you're not going to have what you want. Accept that shit. Not going to have it. Accept that. People are not going to be the way you want. You're not going to have everything you want. You're not going to have it like that. Accept that. That's reality. Stuff going to happen you don't like. Can you accept that? Accept that. That's reality. You can't cling to nothing. You can't keep nothing. You can't be able to own nothing forever. Accept that reality. That's the suffering that is existential. It comes with the package. It's only suffering. Why? When you accept it, what happens to suffering? Right. Suffering is the resistance to reality. Make a note. And I'm being very specific. It's the resistance to reality in this sense. It is a rebellion against reality. See? If you will notice, your ordinary mind is always banning and keeping reality out of your awareness. That's how you live. In denial of reality. You push it out of your awareness. You don't let it stay in your awareness. If death get into your awareness, you push that death awareness out. You follow me? If the awareness that you ain't gonna get what you want get into your mind, you push that shit out because it depresses you. You understand what I'm saying? Right? You ban reality from your own awareness. You resist it. You throw it out and replace it with non-reality. And then that way you become psychotic. Now, this is critical understanding here, so let's talk about that a little taste. Because you got to get this. A lot of the obstacles, hindrances that you're having in your sadhana is based in the refusal to surrender to just what I'm talking about. You're breaking down because you're clinging to something, trying to hold on to something. Your hindrances, your breakdown is a sign of you avoiding some aspect of reality here. It is symptomatic of your unenlightenment. What time we have to get out of here? Okay, we got a little bit more time. Yes, brother.
Master, I drive a cab and I constantly get tickets, but I don't like it. And I'm trying to figure some way how to not get tickets.
And you're doing the same foolish thing by trying not to get old, trying not to die, trying to have your way, trying to avoid what you don't like. That's all you're confessing. You see?
So just accept it.
The alternative to the non-acceptance of reality is suffering. And the question is, are you serious about bringing your suffering to an end? Or are you just bullshitting him? You see? You got to be serious about bringing suffering to an end. It's not academic here.
Right.
It's not a philosophy class. It's about the cessation of existential suffering. And the only way to bring existential suffering to an end is to accept and surrender to reality as it is. And embrace all of this reality as it is. For surely as long as you are reluctant, resistance to it, you will suffer. And now, Sabrina, you had asked earlier, and beloved, you had said something. Now, here's what happens to those who do not surrender. At some point, this existential reality and your non-acceptance of this existential reality produces a suffering that is unbearable. It reaches a point, it's unbearable. And then what you're going to do now, when that suffering that is the result of your resistance to existential reality, when that suffering becomes too much, what you're going to do, you're going to now move into what we call maladaptive behaviors to give yourself relief from the suffering of existential reality. Now, I have to say that real carefully because this is a little subtle now. All neurotic maladaptive behaviors, beloved, is simply the individual attempt to give themselves some relief from the suffering that has resulted from their refusal to accept reality. It is existential suffering, when not dealt with, produces this neurotic suffering. All neurotic forms of behavior are simply symptoms of that individual failure and refusal to deal with some aspect of their existential reality. That's all it is. Now, it requires some conversation here. Because this has got better, this is so good, this is deep. Now, the distinction between psychotherapy and mysticism or spiritual processes is just that. The culture of psychiatry, their aim is to help you overcome your neurotic, maladaptive patterns of behavior so that you can deal with real suffering. But you can't deal with suffering. The problem is that maladaptive reaction to your inability to deal with suffering only produces more what? More suffering. The Buddha called it the suffering of suffering. I like his term. The suffering of suffering. Suffering itself produces a kind of suffering. That suffering of suffering is what in psychology we mean by neurosis and maladaptive behavior. Does that help you now, son? Beloved? You get to see. So the question is, look and see what kind of maladaptive behavior you got going on. What is the maladaptive patterns of behavior and thinking that you are up to? As a means. And you have to understand, it's really interesting because, let me break it down just a little bit more. You're welcome. Because you're suffering over there.
What's the meaning of that word, Master? Yes.
Maladaptive, you're adapting the wrong way.
Oh, okay.
You see. You should be doing, instead of doing this, you're doing something opposite. You see, you're not dealing with the situation. You're putting your head in the hole. The line is still coming. Yeah. Putting your head in the hole is maladaptive behavior. Just because you can't see the line, you presume the line ain't there. Now for sure your ass is gonna get you. You see my point? You would have been better off running. Huh? Oh God. Bad example, but you understand what I mean?
Yes.
Oh, excellent example.
Okay. All right, so there's, let's say the existential reality is that you are having the most difficulty with is that you can't get your way. That's a common one. Because the reality is that you're not going to always get your way. That's reality. But you can't accept it. You see, because when you don't get your way, it hurts you so bad. It produces so much suffering because you really wanted your way. You know what I mean? And when you don't get it, it's unbearable. You can't stand the suffering that comes when you can't get your way. It's unbearable. Right? You can't handle that level of reality. So now you get into a maladaptive strategy, right? The way that you give yourself relief from that unbearable experience is that now you move into a psychological space, or realm as the Buddha called it, where you now start looking at the world in such a way that the world is, and everybody in it is just rotten ass people around me. They're uncaring, they have no sympathy, they have no empathy. You see, they just try to walk all over you, take advantage of you. You see, I maladapt myself into a state of victimhood. Got it?
Me against the world.
To give myself a way out of that suffering. But now I'm standing in a state of victimhood. Do you think I'm gonna feel better or worse? Worse. That's how it goes. The Buddha called it a hell realm. I like his term. Buddha was a genius. The ancestors called it Isfet. Pure chaos, chaotic state of mind. No order in it. And where there's no order, there's suffering. Always. So now life for this person becomes hellish. Doesn't it? Because everyone and everything is conspiring to what? Get me, to frustrate me, to make me miserable. Their concept of happiness now becomes this, right? That people will stop fucking with me. You understand? Because that's their perception. They always, the only reason I'm unhappy because people are always messing with me. So if people stop messing with me, I'll be happy. Are you with me?
Yeah, yeah.
Their emotional state becomes characterized by anger, rage, violent, hostile, full of ill will. I hate all of y'all because not one of you will ever let me have my way. Hate everybody. You see? That's how it goes. So what I'm saying to you is that this maladaptive reaction to existential suffering always generates a certain kind of psychological disposition. It enters you into a certain kind of psychological space, a realm, if you will, that is characterized by great suffering. And when you don't react to life and existing the way it is, when you are avoiding the existential reality as it is, you will always move into some kind of a maladaptive psychological space. Some kind of negative psychological space.
Is that the same as perversions of the mind?
Yeah, a lot of the perversions of the minds, in fact, are simply a maladaptive response to the reality of life, isn't it? So let's say, for instance, lust. We know there's anger, lust, greed, attachment, vanity, blah, blah, blah. Y'all know that. That's basic Dharma 101. But let's take lust, okay? The cognitive distortion of a person that is in the lust realm of psychological space, the cognitive distortion that they're suffering from is that they see the world basically as a place where they can fulfill their every desire and gratify their every sense. That's what they're trying to do. See, they are governed by, and strictly governed by, the principle of pleasure. And the goal of their life becomes the pursuit and the attainment of as much pleasure as possible, and the avoidance of as much pain as possible. You see? And their definition and understanding of what it means to be happy is to be able to experience uninterrupted, back-to-back, moment-to-moment experiences of pleasure. Right? They become hedonists. Sometimes rational hedonists, but hedonists nevertheless. Are you with me? But the problem is that when you fulfill one desire, how long does that fulfillment last? And then you fulfill it again, and what happens? So they're always hungry for pleasure. Even when you get what you want, you never get what you wanted it for. They're always hungry. The Buddha, genius that he was, he called that psychological realm the realm of the hungry ghost. Hungry. Can't fill you up. Can't get enough. So, but they become, usually it's some level of they become trapped in some level of addiction. And you know when we say lust, I don't mean just sexual, right? But in the case where it is their predominant form of lust, then they're going to get caught up in pornography, sex, way out there. You follow what I'm saying? Sexaholic. You know what I mean? Like Tiger Woods. I'll beat you to that. Tiger Woods syndrome.
What happened to his Buddhism?
Yeah, Buddhism. He forgot all his Buddhism. You see, if the tongue is the most intense means by which they are able to pleasurize themselves, you see, because usually it's going to be either the sexual genitals or the tongue. Those are always the two most difficult things to discipline, incidentally. And I don't know which of the two is the most difficult, but certainly the next level of what they can deliver maximum pleasure is your tongue. So you're going to eat. You will become a glutton, right? Because you're not eating because you're hungry. Shit, you're eating because you're trying to not interrupt that experience of pleasure. You know, food falling all out your mouth, your ears, falling out your ass, busting through your feet. Because when you ain't eating, you suffering. You know what I mean? And you can't eat continuously like that without what? Creating a lot of what for yourself? Maladaptive behavior. And create a lot of suffering. Because you can't accept the reality that there will be moments where there will be no pleasure. That's reality. But you can't handle that. Just the thought of a moment without pleasure is unbearable. Follow me? Yes. And so forth and so on. So you could take each of the five perversions and you can deconstruct them, reduce them back down to this fundamental and basic negative reaction in response to existential reality, as it is. Talk to me, convince me you understand. Yes, brother.
If I'm hearing you correctly, so as we observe ourselves from this perspective, we can look at our activities and derive what psychological space we may be operating.
Sure. In fact, when you become very familiar with it, and perhaps we'll have more of these kind of gatherings, because as I said before, my hope is that you all will be willing to share some of this profound knowledge you all have with the larger community via the agency of the Karnak Wellness Institute. So I realize some of you may need to be refreshed and learn how to translate Dharma into regular languages and understand a little bit about the psychology will help you do that. So we'll do more. But the point is well taken, you see. Understanding this, it becomes a diagnostic tool, you see. In fact, you can see what a person's concept of being happy is. And once you know that, once they have presented that to you, you can diagnose and see exactly what psychological space or psychological realm this person is in. It's interesting. So tell me, beloved, what is your concept of happiness? Everybody think for a moment. Just for a moment, write down on your piece of paper. Don't copy off nobody. Okay? What is your concept and ideal of being happy? What do you need to be happy? And don't answer no bullshit. See? Don't talk like a Buddha here. Be honest. You follow what I'm saying? What is it, beloved, that you feel by having which you will come as close as you possibly will ever come to being happy? What is that?
I have observed that.
No, don't answer yet. Write it down. Just locate it in your mind, because we're going to go around the room. We got time to do that real quickly. Write it down, really. Summarize. I mean, you may not be able to write everything down, but give me a quick blurb there. Give you a couple of more minutes. Just real honest. There's no right, there's no wrong, there's no sanction, there's no unsanctioned. Nobody to impress. Just real honestly. Not what the Buddha said you should pursue to be happy, not what the Guru said what you really deep down, all you have to do is really look what you're doing with your life. So I'll help some of y'all, just in case you hear. Okay? All right? So I'll de-philosophize your answers for you. All right. Everybody got a minute? All right. Ready, set, go.
I need to be de-philosophized. I wrote, my concept of being happy is not wanting or needing or having to have anything.
Right, that's philosophy. Because what you're doing with your life, you're trying to have all kinds of things, aren't you?
Yeah.
Right? And just the ideal of not having those things caused you suffering, doesn't it? But you were spending too much money. You thought you were going to spend all my money, right? And that bought you some stuff, so you have to make you some more money, right? Okay. Go.
If I could conquer my fears.
Conquer your fears. That will make you happy. And fear what?
Fear, I've been afraid of just living.
I like that. Because that's one of the fears, perhaps the greatest fear. We were talking about that at the Culture Center yesterday. Most ego-bound people, you will know them because they're afraid of reality. They're scared of reality. You scared of reality. You scared of all that stuff. And if you can just drop this fear of reality, and that's what you need to understand. You are scared of reality. Ponder that. That's all. And because you're scared of reality, where are you going to spend most of your conscious time? Or out of realities, right? So if it wasn't sleep, it'll be drugs. It'll be something to render you unconscious. Is that maladaptive behavior? All right. Okay. I can work with that. Mahasela?
That's it. Peace of mind.
What?
Peace of mind.
Is that really what you are seeking for, in order to be happy?
Yeah, because for me, there's all these thoughts.
What does peace of mind look like for you? What do you need to have it?
Not having all these thoughts run through my mind. Just
Why are all those thoughts running through your mind in the first place? And thoughts about what?
just thoughts going, passing by.
What do you
That's
spend
all.
most of your time doing?
Money.
There you go.
Gathering money.
Yo, there you go. See, that's the deep philosophize you, right? You would be happy if you could win the lottery and cash out, fundamentally. Because by having a lot of money, you can solve a lot of your suffering. Is that about right, beloved?
Right.
Okay, good. Sure you want to play this game?
In answer to what do I spend most of my time doing?
Yeah, because that's what you see, what you really, really makes up what you really feel is your happiness. So you all got a chance to revise your answers before I get there. Right? Because it's got to line up. Because why? The very simple reason. The human body mind is wired an impulse to be happy. It's wired. It's impulse. You are impulse to be happy. All behavior that you are involved in has as its ultimate goal the desire to be happy. You are impulsed in that. You can't fake it. You can't get around it. It's wired. And to therefore determine what your principal strategy is, just look at your behavior. Not your philosophy, your behavior. What does your behavior say?
That I have a tendency to need to be busy.
Okay, to be distracted, right? Which is a kind of a distraction from what? Existential reality, right? Because when you are not able to have such a distraction, it pops up in your awareness, and that causes you suffering. So distraction is a maladaptive form of dealing with existential suffering, don't you think? And that distraction can take all kinds of forms, right? Workaholic, you're a workaholic? You related to him? You Jamaican too? No, because Jamaican, you had 5 jobs. This guy got 7. But you understand what I'm saying? Distraction from reality. Is that about right? So you can be happy if you can avoid reality. What's wrong with that picture? Next.
My form of sense of happiness would be there's no sense of financial obligation from creditors.
Okay, all right. You got a real answer here, right?
Then your principal return.
Yes, right.
There's no way of escape.
You don't want no debt.
Right. No way of escape. So,
All right.
yeah, that's number one.
Right. And so that'll be what you devote most of your time, energy, and
Absolutely.
attention to, right? And how does that violate the existential reality? Are you ever going to be out of debt at some level? Because debt comes in many different forms, not just monetary, right? You have a debt to your mother, a debt to your sister, your brother, your wife, your children. How would you be free of all debt? Consider it. I know it ain't it's your right ear, right? Go ahead. If your right ear feel better, you be happy. Don't punch the hole through it here. All right, what is yours?
My first one was if I got enough rest. My second one was no drama, and then third, financial security.
If you got enough rest, bodily rest.
Huh?
If you got enough sleep, rest, relaxation, R&R, you will be happy. Okay, I just want to know. I mean, you will be called upon to examine and see is it true. You see, eventually you have to examine and see if your presumption about what will make you happy, see if it's true. See if it's been true. You've never had no rest before? Before you next. All right, let's go to the next one. Now, she'll get it later on. Let's go around. Where we at? Okay, Hunter Song, real answer.
For me, happiness is having more continuous experiences of the perfect black.
A perfect what?
The perfect black.
The perfect black?
Right.
What is the perfect black?
Absolute reality.
Okay. I like that perfect black. But how are you going about having more and more experience of the perfect black?
Well, ideally is to deepen my meditation practice.
Ideally, yes, but what in fact is happening? What is your time being spent on?
Being distracted.
Being distracted. Of course, intellectually. I remember those of us who suffer from intellectualism, it's like a stupor. We walk around in an intellectual stupor, you see. And that is a distraction, you see. We try to get lost in the intellect because, quite frankly, intellectual pleasures are a lot more intense than the lower forms of pleasure. Pleasure that can be had through sex and food and even music, you know what I mean? And that becomes a distraction from that. The Buddha, interestingly enough, called it the God realm. Interesting. That's the psychological space that we call the realm of the gods. Now, the realm of the gods is that psychological space you get into where you say the world has no meaning and no value. It's of no significance. It doesn't mean shit. It's all Maya, all illusion, none real. And you can be relieved of some of your suffering by clinging to and holding on to that. Incidentally, it's higher than these other two realms because, in fact, the discounting of the significance of the world in its entirety makes it a little easier to deal with this here. Are you following me? Because having a wife ain't really that important, so it makes it a little easier not to have one. Because I've discounted the importance of it. Are you with me? I've discounted the importance of wealth. So to be broke is more bearable. You see my point? Because if I didn't discount the necessity of having money, then it would be unbearable. I'd be like y'all too. Being broke, oh shit, you almost go into a panic. But if I can discount the value of money, then I can better cope with this. You follow me? So the realm of the gods, Hunter Saab, that psychological space and that psychological disposition is a little bit more effective. The problem is that it's impermanent. It's impermanent. And sooner or later, you come out of that blissful condition. Reality pulls you out. Right? Because now you hit old age, you're sick, and you're going to need some money. You ain't got none. You follow what I'm saying? Someone that you love has come to you are suffering, and that suffering could be abated a little bit with a little money. Dad, I'm broke. I'm about to lose my house. I need $3,000. Dad, do you have it? No, son. Money is of no value. You're going to be confronted with your impotence. There's a kind of impotence that results from the exaggerated discounting of the world. But nevertheless, that psychological space is a jump-off point. To another more conducive realm. But it's on the way. Very good answer. Thank you. That's a good answer. Okay, doctor.
First thought that came to mind was having what I wanted the most. To finish this degree and move on so I can do the work that I would have believed will make my life meaningful.
That sounds fairly honest and straightforward. So your principal strategy by which you feel you can be happy lays somewhere in the realm of helping others relieve their suffering. Because that's one of the common goals between psychotherapy and spirituality, isn't it? Both disciplines have as their goal the helping of bringing suffering to an end, right? How you gonna do that if you have not brought your own suffering to an end? You can be a psychotherapist, but then will that just be a quack form of psychotherapy? Because most psychotherapists are quacks. Don't you agree? So what is it that you want to be, a quack doctor or what? No?
No.
Okay. So in order for you to really fulfill your ambition of having a meaningful life, right? Which will make you happy, there's something that you must do other than merely finish your degree. That's just the smallest part of it, right?
That's just
Right.
hopefully getting me.
Yeah. So any insights into what must be done in addition to getting that degree, if you are in fact to have a meaningful and thus happy life?
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm questioning the whole thing as we speak, as I'm, been listening to what you've been saying. I can't really question the whole thing. I was actually trying to formulate a question about, because for me, this is suffering for me. And as I was looking at what you had up there, maybe this a part of it is not having what you want. But what kind of suffering is it that you have? I guess, on one level, I certainly realize, that being the ways that other people have wanted me to be, that I felt like I needed to be, I realize there's nothing in that, nothing whatsoever. So I've been trying to find something, that would give me the feeling, that it was some reason for me to be living in the first place. So, I think I can accept dying, but what I have not been able to accept is that if death comes and my living has just been vain, that I have not been able to accept. But of course, I don't have no real answers.
Well, one of the answers that may help you find a more satisfying answer is this, that there's certain things by doing which one life becomes meaningful. And unless that is done, then the reality is that your life is meaningless. Are you with me? And not wanting it to be meaningless is just suffering. A kind of ego-based way of life is meaningless by definition. But you don't want your life to be meaningless. So do you want it to be meaningful, but there are certain kind of desires that all ego-bound people have. One is for fame. See? So a lot of times you gotta look and see, what do you mean by meaningfulness? You want some fame? You want some recognition? You want some validation? You see? That's not anything unique with that. That's what rock stars want to do. They want praise. You want some praise? You want to gain some kind of a status? Does it give you pleasure helping other people? That's how you get your pleasure. What is the pleasure that you get from helping other people?
This comes from feeling like I'm doing something valuable.
You're doing something valuable. You're doing something important.
Life is valuable. So if I can help somebody to have a little bit better life, then I've done something valuable.
I like that. That's good. That's going the direction. You have to push a little deeper, because you have to figure out now how you're going to do that. Otherwise, it's infatuation. Infatuation is this kind of passion, you see, that we have for the fulfillment of some kind of ambition, you see, that is completely unrelated to our reality. You see, it's just infatuation. You had mentioned that in one cooler tape. And I'm hoping that, and I was impressed, I said, well, good, he should go down that road and see if this bodhisattva impulse is just infatuation. Or are you willing to really do what it takes to be capable of actually doing that? Other thing, can you really help anybody relieve suffering? Or is suffering something that everybody has to do on their own? We perhaps can create a context, support them, but not remedy it. That is the first insight that a bodhisattva must have in order to function as bodhisattva. The bodhisattva must understand that in spite of all their effort that they render to others, they must always stay with reality. Cannot be the savior of other people from suffering. That's not possible. That's not reality. And holding that in one's awareness, then one can be bodhisattva. Not otherwise. You would simply be infatuated. Rani Kumari?
I had named my piece like Mahaseva, but my piece was more related to happiness for me would be keeping my mind in a state of no suffering.
That's a little philosophical.
In as much as I could see how I fall sway to the negative space, you know, the anger, lust, greed, attachment, and vanity, that brings a suffering to me, and it shapes the behavior I have sometimes, and that's the kind of suffering I don't want to have, that kind of suffering.
Okay, I hear that. How does that show up in your living? How does the fulfillment of that show up in your living? What are you actually doing in time and space? Real time, real space. What is the pursuit that validates that?
The pursuit that validates that is...
That's your real highest ideal of happiness. That's the kind of happiness you really want. You know, just like Brother Man said, you know, that happiness real with money. You can see that. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's out there. You know what I mean? He's hustling. You see it. How does that look in terms of actually what you're doing?
I could only give you a philosophical answer.
All right. Okay. Well, you know those don't count.
Right.
So let's deduce it by working backward. What do you spend most of your time doing? And where is most of your attention and energy going? Because that's what you really consider the source of happiness.
Most of my time and energy is always outward.
For what? Involved in what? Engaged in what kind?
Doing stuff.
Just doing shit?
Doing stuff. It just never ends.
Well, you're doing stuff, yeah, I understand that, but there's some stuff you ain't doing, so what stuff? What's the difference? What is the stuff you're doing?
Well, the stuff is mostly just mundane. What I would like to do more of is the practice, because the practice is the only thing that helps.
I agree. Let me just interject another kind of there's another kind of psychological space that we flee to whenever we find that we are not capable of dealing with existential reality. And we flee to these psychological spaces to give ourselves relief from the suffering that comes whenever we have the awareness of how this thing really is burst into our consciousness. We run here to get this out of my consciousness and fall into a well-being. One of these realms, and I don't mean that this pertains to you, but just to help some of you out, because I don't think we're going to have time to get all the way around here. We'll see. I know some of y'all are glad about that. I think I'm going to jump across the room. I heard a siren. There is a realm where the principal strategy by which one is pursuing happiness is through sensual indulgence. Senses, indulging your senses. The pursuit of sensual gratification. Completely governed by the pleasure principle. Where so much so, one don't even think about this higher stuff. And the God realm is close to them, you see. We call that the animal realm. And the animal realm also would include what I call click-clack. Just relieving their boredom. Because one of the other characteristics of the egoic condition is that it is bored. In fact, a lot of your breakdowns, particularly sleep, and so forth and so on, is a result that you're just bored sitting there, quite frankly. It's boring to you. You see. And because it's boring, it doesn't hold your interest, you just fall asleep. Are you spending all your time simply trying to avoid being bored? I don't know. Consider it. Consider it. Eeny, meeny, mighty, mo. Catch a rascal by their toe. If they holler, never let them go. Unsolved.
Oh, wow.
But how are you trying to be happy? How are you trying to be happy? For real now. Not what you should be doing according to the Buddha. We all know the Dharma, but we also know that that ain't what we're doing. You see, we are not living our life on the basis of Dharma. We're not even living our life on the basis of reality. So how in the world can you live your life on the basis of Dharma if you can't even live your life on the basis of reality? So we all know that don't count. Observing yourself. You done some observation?
Yeah.
Got the courage, baby? Don't be scared. Huh?
No.
What are you
really,
doing?
I really want to give an honest answer, you know? And I would say, Master, basically is having enough money.
All right. You trying to get you some money.
Yeah, having enough money, you know.
Yeah.
But don't want to work an extra job to get some extra money.
You want to have as much money as you can by doing as little work as possible.
I got
you. I understand. That's what you're doing. Right? And if by some strange twist of destiny you can get a little happiness from your meditation, that's fine too. But your major strategy, right? The one that you really count on when you need some happiness, it ain't that mad, is it? I understand. Nothing wrong with that. Liberation begins by telling ourselves the truth. That's why we call this satsanga. Because we all are just struggling here. You know what I mean? Yes, and it's all right. You follow what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. All that is required is to tell the truth. So now you get to pick the next one. Okay, Dhammaji.
How would I already know that?
You're psychic. Go ahead, Damaj.
Well, after sitting and giving this consideration, because mine, what I need, of course, is money to survive. But I've also changed that a lot lately, and what I think would make me happy is to get out of this hell realm I'm in. And I know that money is not going to necessarily do that. Plus, I don't have any. I've tried everything, and I still don't have any. So I don't think that's the answer for me. And I know that as long as I don't have any control over my mind and emotions and things like that, that I can't get out of this hell realm. And that's what I want.
I got you. That has a little bit more ring of authenticity because it lines up, you see. Because you can't be angry and happy at the same time. And you've lived enough of those moments to realize there's no way for me to be happy unless I can really purify my mind of disclesure, of ill will, of hostility and anger. And you know that in those moments when you are free of that, those have been your happiest moments, you see. And that's an authentic response, I think. And your means of going about cleansing your mind will be what?
Well, the only thing I can do, based on what you've said and what I've been doing, is to watch my thoughts, emotions, etc. And when I see myself falling into that trap, to bring it out, we're using one of the tools that you've given me. And of course, my practice. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Okay. And of course, we're not going to go into any kind of depth there, but I just wanted to give everybody else a sense of what we all are up to. So thank you. Now you get to pick the next person. And you all know before we leave, I'm going to break you into cooler groups, right? We ain't going to have time to cover all of this in detail. You pick someone else. Anybody you like.
You didn't do anybody on this road then, right?
You do anybody you want. Anybody you want. Who you want? Y'all just doing y'all cooler thing. Y'all just doing the cooler meeting. Who's next? You?
Sure is, man. Bhagwan, okay. What I think would help me be happy.
What you really believe
What
in
I
your
really
heart
believe
by
in
having
my heart.
wish in your life. Because remember we're saying that there are certain things that you want. And usually those are the things that we don't have. And so by having them, we presume we will be happy. What are the things that you don't have in your life that you want?
And I still have to go with this. I said freedom.
You want freedom?
I want some freedom. I want to
freedom
do
from what? Or in
from, okay, I want some help with mama.
Okay.
You know, I done drugged that through the cooler meeting forever. I really do want some help. I keep saying if I get help with mine, then that'll give me a break, and then I had that freedom that I was deeply attached to before I started keeping mine. And because even now, when the homemaker or somebody come, I feel like I'm still on the clock to have to try to get back there before she leave. You know, I'm just always.
And what is stopping you from having this freedom?
Me?
Wait a minute.
I can't blame nobody.
And you want to be a slave at the same time?
I don't know what it is. I'm neurotic.
That's right.
I'm neurotic. And it's the truth, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's the truth. I mean, I looked at that. That's me, you know, so.
What do you really want that you don't have already? The presumption that you're not already happy. And you're not already happy meaning that there's still something you want. And the presumption is that you want it because you feel by having it you will be happy. Now you say not having to spend so much time caregiving your mother, you will have freedom to do what? What you want to do with that?
To do nothing.
So what you don't want to do nothing.
I don't want to do nothing.
All right. So you want to be free of all responsibility, duty, and obligations,
Yeah.
and in that way you will be happy. We call that the animal realm.
Well, that's me.
just free to indulge
to
yourself.
just sit there
and do whatever you want. Sleep, eat, watch TV.
I don't want to be worried about getting old.
Hey,
sick,
you don't want none of
and
that to
dying.
be true.
That easy, yeah.
Well, Saturday Nana gonna give you a discount. You family. He can't help you because you the oldest sister. All right, good, very good, beloved. And you see, I really appreciate this ability to just be so straightforward. You see, this itself is liberating. You see, so we're having a mini Black Sunday here, right? But just in a different way. All right, pick the next person.
You know who it is, my beloved brother.
I got. So, beloved, what is it that you don't have that you still want, and want it because you feel by having it you will be happy? It could be material, it could be intellectual, it could be emotion, it can be a feeling. What is it that you do have by getting rid of you feel will make you happy?
My wife.
You playing.
You know, in just listening to all of your deep wisdom and trying to identify with just one or two, in which I'm on all of them, so it doesn't matter, okay? Yeah, that's it. But beloved, I came up with a very philosophical answer from the very onset when you asked it, which is to become consciousness.
But you know, it's a philosophical answer, so we won't waste
so
no
why
time.
Why do I want to become consciousness itself?
No, because it ain't true. I want to know what it is.
But I'm getting ready to go there.
That you really want.
I'm getting ready to go there. I heard a long time ago, being consciousness is like feeling, though you achieve 1,000 sexual orgasms.
You want that?
I want to feel good all the time.
You sexual, huh? you want sexual healing, huh?
I want to feel good all the time.
All right, good.
I like that. Good all the time.
I like that because you want to maintain a feeling state.
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, I understand that. You see, there's a ring of honesty there because this is true of most of people. Is that you have an experience of fulfillment. Right? And you want to make it last forever. But alas, that's not possible, right?
It's not.
No. Right? That's the reality, right? And so when it doesn't last, right? What suffering comes in you?
Well, the suffering of not being fulfilled and have to repeat the same thing over and over again to reach that level of pleasure.
So there's always that hunger. Always hungry.
Never satisfied.
Always hungry. And what is an example of your feeling state that you crave to abide in the most? Because there's many kind of feeling states. And some feel better than others. What is the one that you're most desirous of maintaining? What is the feeling state?
A feeling of satisfaction.
Okay, well, we know that comes. Satisfaction via what? When you say satisfaction, do you mean the satisfaction of always getting your way? The satisfaction of always being agreed with? Satisfaction in what sense?
All of the above. Of getting my way, of having, by earning respect from others, by being accepted by others, by...
I like that one. Because that means, and lines up with the cooler, right? Being accepted. It feels good to you when you are being accepted. Right? In spite of your imperfections, shortcomings, and flaws. The problem with that is that that's inconsistent with reality.
It is.
Is that right?
Yes.
And whenever that don't happen, you go join Thamamaja in the hell realm.
Even worse.
Even worse. Yeah. And when you were walking around angry, how did that feel?
It feels horrible.
Right. So you create your own worst feelings.
Yeah.
Even though you want to feel the opposite.
Living in a state of perpetual revenge.
Ill will, anger, because of being unaccepted by every Tom, Dick, and Mary you come in contact with, and especially white people. Let's go to the next. Next! Pick a one, you know, like the lottery. We have to, I'm trying to.
Oh, Lord.
Jopping Rahim. New kid on the block. Thank you. All right, beloved, what is your principal strategy? Where are you putting all your time and energy, for the most part, into your pursuit of being happy?
I'm putting it pretty much into the fact that seeking pleasure.
Seeking pleasure in what way?
I don't know, I guess
sensual pleasure? Because there's pleasure through the senses, pleasure through the eyes, pleasure through the body.
No, not sensual, I see, in the sense that, you know, I want pleasure, like Sadra was saying, being accepted, you know, by my family. It's just within my family, you know, there's certain things I do, like go out of my way to.
So when you're feeling bad and wounded, you go to a family member to be made happy?
No,
what do you do to make yourself happy?
That's just it. Suffer.
No, that's what you do when you can't make yourself happy.
Happy.
What are you doing? What are you constantly trying to do to make? Because remember, that's all you're up to.
Yeah.
See, don't forget this. That's all you're up to.
Okay.
Is trying to be happy. It's all anybody's up to.
Probably.
So what I'm shopping?
No, shower them to be happy.
Now, what are you doing to make yourself happy?
Shopping.
No, you.
I take it. No, the reason why I say shopping and buying things, I buy a lot of things I don't necessarily need, and as soon as I get them, I find that I don't want this stuff anymore.
So you lose yourself in meaningless activities in order to be happy?
To be happy.
Well, there's not enough ring of truth in that. You're gonna have to cool it.
Okay, well.
But go ahead and pick the next. Pick the next.
All right. BB.
Ooh. Good choice. Go, BB.
I want to be right.
That got my attention.
I want to be right. And I just discovered that yesterday. Because you asked, because you want to be right and you want to be in a relationship. Forget the relationship, I want to be right. I mean, and I saw this about myself. And when we were going through, I was trying to come to something. But that's what I want to be right.
Being right makes you feel happy in what way?
Well, it makes me feel superior. It gives me all of the perks and things that make me feel like I'm somebody, that I'm important, that I'm a great person.
And was being right growing up within the context of your relationship with your mom and dad, your principal strategy by which you got those same needs met?
Well,
by them?
Not exactly being right, but being precocious.
Being smart.
Being smart, right.
So you want to be smart?
Yes.
Because being smart is what worked a few years back, right?
That's right. It worked then.
And you're still using it.
I'm still trying. but it's falling fast. Yeah, but I can see.
Being smart. And so the way, and so you accumulate a lot of information.
True.
Right?
True. That I do nothing with. I mean, it's useless. Doesn't serve me.
Well, you use it.
To fit it there for my strategy, to get my,
to impress other people so that they can say you're smart.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But that's.
We're getting there. You see, all of this is just tip of iceberg. Each one of you could say a lot more. So I don't want us to draw any conclusion from these sound bites, because that would be misleading. There's a lot more depth under everyone's response thus far. And I'm hoping that we'll get a chance to cool it so that you all will have time to really go down deep and really get that, you see? Because again, the psychological space you are in your resistance to accepting existential reality is revealed in your answer to that fundamental question. Pick a friend here that you would love to hear from.
Mugaji.
I can't break this cool, brother. What have I done here? Mugaji. Well, do you want Roger Vitt to answer for you, which is what he usually does? Go. We have a few minutes left.
Well, really, I really can't say that I honestly have an answer as to what will make me happy. Because
what are you trying to do to make yourself happy?
well, what I do on a daily basis, the primary action that I have is I'm looking for something to do that will make me feel like, you know, my day was worth it. Like, give you an example, I'd be looking for like, waiting for a phone call saying, hey, Mukaji, I need you to do some saving. Or somebody else to call me and say, oh, I need something, and I can say, well, yes. So that I could feel like that my day was productive. I spend a lot of my time efforting to observe myself, to see when I think I do a lot of my efforting is to watch what I'm doing that makes me feel bad. And I think that's my primary stuff.
So
But
what
then there's-
again do you do consciously and deliberately in those moments when you're not feeling good enough, and there are lots of those moments, to make yourself feel better?
I look for something to do, like.
Right, like what?
I just told you. Well, like I'll go, well, when I'm at work, I'm trying to do my work, so that I guess we can't count that.
Yes, we could count that.
We can count that. I'll go around, like I might say, how you doing, Chris, blah, 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 you know, engage someone in a conversation. I'll go ask somebody, is there something you need done? Can I help you do something? I solicit work a lot, especially when it's not work. And when there's a lot of work, then I'm trying to perfect the job. I'm trying to make sure that the job is flawless, and he found out that I don't produce flawless jobs. So when I'm at home, I'm trying to do something.
What, by having, do you feel will make you happy?
Your attention.
Huh?
I'm always seeking to have your attention, basically.
And having my attention means what?
Praise. I mean, I'm saying praise. I don't see that clearly, but your approval, your, you know.
Is it just my approval? Or will any Tom, Dick, and Mary do?
Well, no, any Tom, Dick, and Mary don't do.
Is that true, Roger Vitt? Is that true, Roger Vitt? I got your husband here.
He can tell you the truth. He can tell you the truth about it.
Okay, we're gonna end this. Now, I'm gonna try to change this pattern here, so that we can get some more people here.
But you ain't breaking me down yet. Come on. I need to know
It's gonna
this.
take too long.
Oh.
It's gonna take too long. Cause you gotta, you know, there's some people don't have a clear idea of what will make them happy, so they're grasping.
That's what I'm doing.
But my question is, that which you are deliberately and consciously pursuing, that you really feel will make you happy. You see, you're doing it anyway,
Well,
whether
I'm
you
trying
can
to
see
do
it or not.
something, I try to do something, like I try to do something good for people. I want to help somebody.
Yeah, what you're saying is that by being spiritual, I'll be happy.
Yeah. Yeah,
See,
because I'm
but
always.
what does it mean to be spiritual?
I don't know.
But yeah, that's the point I'm saying, is that people come to the path out of the same impulse
Well, that's.
to
yeah.
be happy. Now they couldn't be happy doing this or doing that or living this way, so they say, well, by living the spiritual, if I become spiritual, I'll be happy. But that's just more confusing, right?
Is that,
Until, of course, they find out what it really takes to be happy, to be spiritual. See, they say that, but then when you run that wall, then you find out, well, this may not be the right way for me to go about being happy by becoming more spiritual, you see. Because to really become more spiritual, it ain't what folk think it is. You follow me? It's not what it is, but it is a beginning impulse in all of us. I become spiritual, right? And I will be happy. But the concept of spiritual usually is not related to the death of your ego. You follow me?
well, that's consistent with what I said in my career.
Yeah. And so you'll find that the effort to be spiritual is really not giving you the happiness you want, because to be more and more spiritual, it means more and more meditation, more and more ego sacrifice, and y'all don't sound happy in the morning. You used to sing, but you stopped singing after a couple of weeks. No, only teasing. See? All right, I am sitting back. Damn. Hello, Bhagwan. Very good, beloved. You get to pick the next one. I'll honor the process here. I'm just trying to hear from some of these rascals that are really sitting there praying. Who? Who? Oh, okay, Mogul G. Thank you, Mogul G.
I said, a more cooperative husband, a house, more money, and the courage to just be me and not be worried about what other people think.
I like that. I like that's a good starting point. That's really what you really feel. Really what you really feel. All of which gives you more control. Because remember, the egoic condition, again, is characterized by fear. It needs to protect itself, usually against those things. And the more I'm able to control people in my life, and so forth and so on, the more of a sense of security I create for my operating sense of self, right? Somehow it would enable me to ward off the impact of existential reality. Is that about right? And if you can ward off the impact of existential reality, you will be happy, right? Now that's true for most of us. I mean, we could say it very different ways, but essentially what we're all confessing is simply the fact that our sense of being happy is tied in with our ambition to somehow or another ward off the impact of existential reality. By hook or crook. Basically. Now, we got a few minutes left. I want to leave that for open floor discussion, but let me count your cooler groups off to you. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Do you think you can hang with y'all? What do you think? I'll give it your call. What do y'all think? Quickly.
I gotta go to a cooler group myself.
Huh?
I have to go to a cooler group.
You have to go somewhere?
Yeah, to a cooler group.
Okay, well, this is just cooler group for today's conversation, but you'll be processing some things. All right, so you four, no, y'all are cooler after a while. Hunter Saab, are you available to cooler with them?
Today?
Not today, y'all on time. Okay, we'll have, so you and Hunter Sadananda and Emmy, okay? Then Saranja, Ranikamari, Gurudasa, Mukherjee, okay? Then 1, 2, 3, 4. You, all right, y'all invent who's gonna be the Mahan. Us, yeah. Then Sagyani Damamaji, Sarandasi Vavikara. Okay, and y'all can decide who will be the Mahan. Muniraj, Abdurrahim, Ramaji, Kamala. All right, and then bringing up the rear. Okay, you'll be able to attend the cooler meeting. They'll hook it up. All right, so that even out the 4. You got it? Everybody got it? Okay. And so I'll offer you a consideration at the end, but let's simply open up the floor now to any comments, any questions, any clarification that you might want. Of course, today, again, as always, we never are able to exhaust this topic. I wanted to nevertheless say something about the psychological and spiritual origin of ego and its phenomenology, to look at the relationship between ego and suffering, to bring to your attention the illusionary nature of this sense of self, that it is not fixed, it is mobile, it is constantly moving. All of that to serve you in your practice, because it's about practice. We're not trying to make scholars here, we're trying to make spiritual practitioners here. And my hope is that by understanding this a little bit more, you'll bring a little bit more tenacity to your practice. So, something else to say about it? Yes, beloved.
I have a question, actually. In this understanding and seeing the psychological origin of my ego, for example, this thing of perfection, which is directly a hindrance to spiritual practice because it takes time and a lot of energy and attention to perfect anything, so the premature or the unreasonable expectation of perfecting my practice prior to putting in that time is a direct hindrance. Is that the type of thing that I'm...
That could be one of it. I mean, because that adjusts your attitude, right? Because a lot of time when we enter into the spiritual process with an unrealistic expectation, you see, in terms of how soon or how deep our progress will be, very often we're bringing to this an old attitude and disposition from our past somewhere, where there's almost a fear, again, a fear of isolation, that you found the way of being that avoided isolation in your extended relationships, kept a way of being that kept your mama from isolating you, and your daddy, and your brother, and your sister, and your teacher, and your dad. And so when you come into relationship to the Guru, you bring that same behavior with you, presuming that by maintaining it, I will protect myself from being isolated from the Guru. The problem is, none of that counts. You follow what I'm saying? And so your buttering up, your flattery, and none of that has no influence whatsoever. And then it frustrates you, right? Because you'll want the Guru attention, right? And you will go about getting it the same old way, right? But it may not work. You can't predict it. And the way the Guru tell you to get his attention, shit, you don't like that. You understand what I'm saying? Right? Go sit. Now, I bring a dish to Bhagwan. You know, I prefer to get your attention like that. And the other thing is that you want the guru's attention. That's the first wrong thing. You see my point? Right. You're supposed to be giving your attention to the guru. Wanting the guru attention is just some more strategy to maintain your own image of yourself in your own eyes as being effective. Follow me? So the psychodynamic shift in that relationship. But a good question, good insight. And makes it easier to let go. Right? Easier. You want to get closer to the ego? The more you transcend your ego, the closer you get. It's not a physical thing. Being close to the guru doesn't mean being close to the guru body. You could be right sitting in the guru's lap and be 1,000 miles away. It ain't that kind of relationship. It's not terrestrial. It's not geographical. It's not physical proximity. It's spiritual. Yes, beloved.
Bhagwan, you suggested that we can identify this by just looking at where we spend our time on a very practical level.
On a very practical level.
When one engages in that observation and you identify some things, what does the alternative look like? In other words, what does it look like when one is not?
And bogged down in that, I guess.
Yeah.
What it is that your life becomes fearless. And I think that's a fitting preface to the consideration that I want to offer you all. So let me just say a little bit about that. And I do want to close on time because I like this place. I don't want them to not let us come back. I don't know, do they have another event in here, Gudadasa? Did you say?
No, we have to be out by 3.
By 3?
Actually, they gave us like an hour.
Set up, okay. But I won't waste it though. Okay, so here's the thing, beloved. There is this, and you understand now what I mean by existential reality.
Yes.
The reality of death, dying, blah, 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 right? Our fundamental response from our egoic condition to existential reality is fear. Swamiji Maharaji, all saints, said that, oh my dear, you see, and y'all remember that Bashan, right? Give up thy fear. And he began to list fear of thy husband, fear of thy wife, fear of thy children, and so on and so on and so on. But the great saint was really suggesting, well, give up not only fear of thy wife, thy family, thy brother, thy sister, blah, blah, blah. Give up your fear of reality. Stop being scared of reality. You must identify your fear of reality. So the consideration for you all to consider now is, what are your personal, or what is your personal fear of the nature of conditional reality? It's almost like you begin to look, what is it that you fear by not having, you are going to be miserable? What is that? What is it that you fear if not happening, you're going to be miserable? What is the fear, Sadananda, of what, unless accomplished, will result in my meaninglessness? You talked about something else, but go deep into that. You're moving in the right direction. I'm glad you and Hunter saw in the same pool, because Hunter's going to be a good person to bounce off with. But you must really consider, what is that aspect of reality that you personally fear the most? Because you're afraid of reality. You're afraid of reality. You're scared to death of reality. But here's the problem. just because you're scared of reality does not stop reality
Right.
from happening.
Right.
You're still going to get old, care if you are afraid of it. You're still going to get sick, care if you are afraid of it. You follow me? You're still going to die, care whether you are afraid of it. You still are not going to have things in your life that you want. I don't care how afraid you are of that. That ain't going to change. You are not going to have things in life that you really want. No matter how scared you are of living your life without those things that you want. You're going to live your life without a lot of things that you want. That's reality. And you're scared to do that. You see? Follow what I'm saying? You got to live reality. So an addendum to that consideration would be the consideration of observing your life and living and see to what extent is your way of life and living based in reality. Are you really, truly, no fooling, no kidding now, living your life based on existential reality, as it is? What you're actually doing, don't tell me about what you intend to do down the road. I'm not interested in that. I want right here, right now answers, not answers from the past. What are you doing right here, right now in terms of the way you are living that is truly based on reality, as it really is? Or what are you avoiding of reality as it really is? Rejection, you can't avoid rejection. It's inherent. You follow what I'm saying? Futile ambition. Going to happen. And if you don't develop the ability to bear reality, reality becomes unbearable. And then you will fall into a maladaptive, neurotic, psychological disposition, by definition, which means you will only suffer more. You will suffer the suffering of rejection plus the suffering of a maladaptive response to it, right? We see that in addiction a lot, right? A lot of people fall into addiction because they cannot bear rejection and validation by others. And they start getting high, start abusing drugs. They still can't bear other people's rejection. Now they got an addiction, a habit. You see my point? That they can't bear either. You follow me? Just create more suffering now. I got to do some crime. I got to steal. Got to waste all my money. You see? That's the consideration. So, beloved, that's the test. You must give up thy fear of reality. We talk about we want to be enlightened. Well, this is probably a very simplistic distinction, but a distinction nevertheless. The distinction between the worldly unenlightened person and the spiritually enlightened person is that the spiritually enlightened person is able to live their life without resistance or avoidance existential reality. The unenlightened person cannot live their life. Life becomes unbearable to them because of existential reality. Therefore, their life is characterized by depression, despair, you see, chronic melancholy, and a whole host of other forms of mental and emotional disorder. In some sense, psychotherapy is very important in our culture because it helps give people the strength to now bear with existential reality, to handle the ordinary suffering that is inherent in life. It's just some suffering you can't handle. Are y'all feeling me? I mentioned to you that one of the things that must occur via your practice of radical self-observation is the capacity to see that truth about yourself that you are hiding from yourself. There is a level of truth about yourself that you hide from yourself. You see? Just like you ban reality from entering into your awareness. You see? Whenever a glimmer of the way it really is enter into your awareness, you are quick to push that out of awareness. You push the realization of your death out of awareness. You push it out quickly. You push out of your awareness the death of your loved one. You push it out. You don't even want to think about the death of your children, the death of your husband. You push that shit out quick because you cannot bear that reality as if they're not going to die. Are y'all feeling me? Mm-hmm. You understand? In the same way, there are realities about you that you simply push out of your head quickly because you can't bear that truth. And thus, you remain hidden from certain truths about your own self that you are hiding from yourself. That's delusion. That's delusion. And you must come to see the delusion. That's how we are one another's help. That's how we're one another's gift. You see? We can mirror back to one another those blind spots that we can't see on our own recognizance and effort. We simply do not see. The brain mind actually obscure anything from entering into our awareness that will undermine our image of ourselves. That's how it works. The brain mind just doesn't limit physical phenomena, data, sensual experience. It limits subjective experience too. In fact, the limitation imposed by brain mind on subjective experience is far greater than and much more severe than the limitation on objective reality that is also reduced by the brain mind. It's quantum psychology. Don't worry, nobody else did. It'll come out in the cooler group. All I really said was that you lied to yourself in order to maintain your own image of yourself. But you lied to yourself at a level that you're not even conscious of. So you need a cooler mate to say, "Somebody, you just lying, girl." But you'll fight for a while. No. Then they'll wear you down. And you say, okay, I'm lying. It's like that. You understand? That's the cooler process, right? It integrates and brings into awareness that shadow, that stuff about yourself that is true that you hide from yourself. You hide it. You hid it from yourself. And had to hide it from yourself in order to maintain the false self. You have to actually pretend you really enjoyed that spinach. You have to eat it and smile, because if you didn't look like you enjoying that spinach, you ain't gonna get no cake, or you're gonna get a whooping, and you better not throw nothing in the garbage. You're gonna get a real ass whooping then, right? You're gonna throw that away. You better throw it when they ain't looking. If you're going to throw up, better go somewhere out of earshot. Do you understand what I'm saying? Feelings that you hid from yourself. Kabir Sahib says it best. Kabir Sahib says that this process must be so thorough that even the milk that you suckled at your mother's breasts must come back up. the purification of the mind of these kleshas must be thorough. All right, I think I'm being redundant now. Is there anything else that you all want to say? We don't do this very often. In the future go on, we're going to probably do it less and less and less, but just take advantage of it. Saudandasi, then Anasava, are you asking a question till you stretching? Okay, go in that order. Saudandasi, Anasava, and then Saffron.
I have two things. I wanted to put my head on the chopping block for your first question.
All right.
The first thing that came to mind was to make right use of this life so that I don't have to come back. But then that's kind of philosophical. And the other part of that was financial freedom. And then my other question was, what's there beyond existential suffering? Because that doesn't seem like that's it.
What's beyond suffering? And it is a question that sooner or later we all put to ourselves. It's like asking what is beyond conditional reality, right? You could say absolute sanity. We can call it absolute bliss. You see, everything that is beyond the conditional is unconditional. For instance, you see, like, you're running along and you have some conditional happiness. Now that's true, we have to acknowledge that. That's the first thing we have to acknowledge. There is a kind of conditional happiness, so to speak. But it is conditional, it is dependent upon something else being the case, right? So let's say I got some dollars, right? Then by having those dollars, I will get an experience of some conditional happiness. But it's conditioned upon this. The moment this goes, what happens to the happiness? Gone. It's the same as the case with pleasures, all sensual indulgences. It's the same. All of the pleasure and happiness that you are pursuing, it's all happiness and pleasure being pursued within the context of conditional reality. You must see that. You see, that's, in the East we'll call that one of the marks of existence, conditional existence. You must recognize it. We talk about the three marks, and this is arcane terminology, but the three signs and, that identify and represents all conditional reality. And one of those marks is anicca, impermanence. It's impermanent. It's impermanent. And real radical observation occurs at the level of observing the impermanent nature of things. See, I'm just getting you started at the lowest level. That's psychological observation. That's low, that's beginners. But you gotta start there. But as your skills develop and your ability to concentrate and to observe and witness develop, the object of your witnesses is no longer the egoic construct. That's just beginning because that's easier to see. You follow me? But it goes to another level. And what you must now observe is impermanence. You must become capable of observing the impermanent nature of every experience you have, an external and an internal as well. Observe it. It's impermanent, you see. First you see the false self, then I said, now see, it's not fixed. You got to see that, right? You see it gets more and more subtle. Well, more subtle than that is the observation of impermanence. You got to see the mark. This is impermanent. And you must see it, not logically deduce that, not hold it as a philosophical view. That don't count. It just don't count. You must see that as clear as you see a hole in the ground before you. You follow what I'm saying? You must see it. Because the only way you're not going to fall into that ditch, you got to actually see it. Ain't no other way. You can't walk around with your eyes closed and expect not to bump into things and hurt you. It's not going to happen. There is a kind of knowledge that is direct knowledge of reality, not indirect knowledge. Logic and reasoning leads to an indirect knowledge of reality. It's interesting, there's a story told by, in Zen, I believe. The story is really told about Naropa. Naropa was the disciple of Tipola. And they were in that tradition of one guru, one disciple tradition. You know, we talked about that before. Naropa was a philosophical genius, just brilliant, first class intellect. You know what I mean? And there was a university in Nalanda, and he was able to enter there at a very young age and master rhetoric and all of the sutras and so forth. I mean, really, just really brilliant. In fact, Chogyam Trungpa named his university up there after Naropa. Naropa is not a new name here in the West, at least those in the psychological and the psychotherapeutic community are familiar with that. But in any case, the story is told one day, Naropa is out studying the sutras, you know, because they spend time, see. They spend time. So he's sitting there, Dhammaji, studying the sutras, right? And this old lady, this old hag came by, right? And she asks him, she says, because he was so young, you know what I mean? But brilliant. And she said, boy, do you understand those big words? Because those big words in there, you understand those words? And the Naropa said, yes, certainly, I understand these words. Would you like me to explain them to you? And she laughed, right? And then a few minutes later, she asked him again. She says, do you understand those words? I know you can pronounce them and read them, but do you know the meaning of them? Do you understand them? He said, of course. And she started crying. She just burst into tears. And this was a strange reaction. And Naropa asked her, why? You know, before you smile, this time you burst into tears. She said, because I can see you do not yet know the distinction between intellectual understanding and real understanding. And you're going to suffer a lot and miss the whole purpose of coming to the path. She said, let me take you to my brother. She was Tipola's sister, right? And Tipola began to train the young Naropa. 12 years. 12 years of meditating and contemplating death. Now that's interesting. That was his training. 12 years, every day. Tipola's putting him through it. He's making this young disciple that's here maintain that awareness. Keep this much awareness of reality in your consciousness. You see, 12 years. And after 12 years, he observed that Naropa was right. He was just about right. And he took off his sandal and hit him upside the head. Bam! And Naropa became enlightened. His stupor, his intellectual stupor, and his stupor based on arrogance had become weak enough that he could be broken and brought out of his stupor. True story. No, I don't know whether it's true or not. But you get the point. So back to this, okay? This self-observation of the mark of impermanence is just as powerful, you see, as that maintaining the awareness of death into your awareness, because impermanence, death, and suffering, those are the three marks. Those are the three things you must see about conditional reality. You must see this is suffering. This is impermanent. It's conditional. And also see this sense of self is not real. That sense of self that you experience, is that not conditional? Is that right?
Yes.
Conditional on those aggregates that we talked before, right? If you drop the awareness of your body, if you were no longer aware of your feelings in this body, the senses, the thoughts, the attention, would you have any experience of a self? Your experience of self is dependent upon and conditioned by the body-mind complex, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes.
Sure. So your sense of self is conditional. And that which is conditional ain't the ultimate reality, because the ultimate reality is non-conditional. Amindra. You see, absolute, prior to time, space, and causality. Unfathomable. So, you ask, beloved, what is beyond? Suffering. Real happiness is beyond suffering. Real freedom. Real life. For real life. Fearlessness. What is beyond suffering is fearlessness. And no possibility for it. And this is what distinguishes these great men and women who have become the seers of reality. They are fearless. But not in a kind of gladiator sense, fearless, but I mean fearless of reality. You are afraid of reality. You are scared to neurosis of reality. You are scared to the point of maladaptive behavior of reality. You're trying to live by avoiding reality. How will you do that and be happy? Now, you mustn't leave this at the level of philosophy. I mean, you must seriously look at this, because the you that you presume to be, that's tick-tocking here. That you that you feel to be is based on and conditioned by your having and being identified with this body. This thing is on its way out of here. You see my point? So you don't have the luxury of being philosophical about it. You're dying. This is no time to be philosophical. Are you with me? And the way out of that is in. It's not out there. The way out is in. It's not out there. You ask what is beyond this egoic-based suffering? Beloved, there is the experience of your true nature. You are only consciousness itself. And when you observe, you see that too. The only thing that is never changing is consciousness itself. Everything that you are calling me is a content in that consciousness and changing. And this is what is to be experienced, not merely concluded as a result of logic. It is to be experienced. It is for you to come and see that this is so. That's why the saints say, you do not accept any dogma here. No doctrine, no dogma. That's religion. Wrong place. Go there. Church, temple, mosque. That's where you go if you're content and complacent with dogma. Ask for people who are never going to be content with dogma and doctrine. But those brave souls who have the courage to come and see for themselves. Right? And there is no other way to become liberated. So, the bottom line and the source then of ego, most ultimately and most simply put, is simply ignorance of yourself. True self. The ignorance of the experience of being only consciousness itself. The absence of the experience of being only consciousness itself is what results in ego. And the only way that ego liberation could occur is by the recognition that one is only consciousness itself. Prior to all subjective and objective phenomena. So when I say true self, I'm not talking about your subjectivity. That's an object to self. Are you feeling me? It gets tedious. All right, good enough. So let's call it a day, and Kula, Pika, Mahan, it doesn't matter. Go into it, right? And next week or so, we're going to try to meet. It's two different, you guys, some of you guys are at different level in the basic training period. And so, but I do want to meet to upgrade your practices, take it to another level. You see, y'all doing good. You're doing very good, you see. We've covered all of the philosophy and all that stuff, you know. So this is sort of a blossoming stage, you know. You all are you're becoming real practitioners now. I like that very much, you see. And we want to bump that up now and bring this suffering to an end. Do that make sense to you? Yes. Right, bring it to an end. All right, officially we're over with, but I'm going to hang around since we have a little bit more time and talk practical things about meditation. Okay, so if you got some questions that you have about how to deepen and improve and deal with your hindrances and obstacles, we're going to do that. Roger Vida, you can think about a song for us. I see you got the music box over there, so we'll end with that. But let's take a few minutes, because we don't have to, what do we have to do to return the room to this?
I think we need to just put it back into that shape that it was in when we came.
And that'll take a few minutes?
It's an open square. I don't want to take a piece.
Okay, good. So we're through with the workshop, but do you have some specific questions or anything about your practice?
Can you show us something about the posture?
Yeah, what would you like to know about posture?
Straight. You said you're going to check those people who are going to sleep.
Okay, where are my sleepy heads? Well, it's a lot of you.